Seen the
Yeah,
little
good.
thing I added to the landing page? There's a little
Is everybody
tiny
in the landing page?
I don't get it. I was looking at it, but I don't understand.
I
The
saw it.
landing page.
Yeah,
on
the
Roll20,
page that you're on, Roll20.
the map and everything. I added a little. This is the
Is
start
it-
of adding the little things.
Is it? It's the.
Is it the feather?
Oh,
That is always the
it's the mushroom. I thought it was a mushroom.
little mushrooms.
Yeah!
Hell yeah!
It's a
I
mushroom.
fucking spot that shit quick.
Little Zake mushroom down there. I'm slowly adding things for your characters on here.
What?
That's
I like how we
lovely.
still have this guy here. He's slowly getting lower, though.
Who is?
This guy.
The dragon.
Oh, he's there. He'll sink every week. That's what happens until he's dead.
Imagine.
All right. If you need to get your recorders going and whatever, now's the time.
Going. I also noticed actually that was it a temporary thing or did you call the music bot Taxis?
Yeah.
Oh, you did, you freaking cutie.
Yeah, I did that after last session.
Oh,
Little things.
cool.
Little delights. Okay, one last thing I forgot to grab is my music list. That's the one thing I always forget to pull up because I'm an idiot. There it is. All right. So, let me log in on the music bot. Always, for some reason, it didn't remember me. And... Oh, it's having a problem. I want to get this sorted out before we start. Why is it not? Is it no longer here? It's acting like okay. If for some reason acting as if the bot wasn't already basically added into the Discord, but now it should work.
I mean, the bot's here and online.
Yeah, it just wouldn't let me. Usually I can just click it, but now it's fine. There we go.
Hey, Taxes!
There he is.
He's very talented.
Yeah, all this music comes from him. It's like Stitch when you open his mouth on the record player. Alrighty. Anybody want to give a quick little recap, or shall I?
I think Nick should, because we're...
Yeah, no,
That's a
Nick
good idea.
absolutely should.
It's a good idea.
I think that's a very
How
bad
gauche are
idea.
you now?
Go ahead, Ethan. Lead us.
Tara, do you want to do it? Or shall I do it?
You can do it.
You can?
No, you can do it.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, everybody takes a point of exhaustion. No, I'm kidding.
I'll do it!
I'm kidding. Do you want to do it? I don't mind doing it.
Yeah, no, I won't mind doing it. I've done it before, so I wouldn't
Yeah,
wait for
I did it
everybody
last
else
time
to...
as well.
Yeah,
Go
I
for it.
wanted
Up to
people
you
to
all.
speak up.
I don't mind either.
So, where we started out last session was immediately when a carpet surrounded Crianza. Taxis got thrown, got big. He was a big boy. And then swords started getting real sharp and pointy towards Mira. Oh boy, that's a name. I need to remember all these. So that's where we jumped in. We all got up there, got completely dumpstered, essentially. But we survived. We killed all the things, eventually. After not hitting so many things so many times. We're all exhausted, and we do like a little check of this room, and this room is the room of the witch. What is her face? I wrote her down. Marcella Uroth. And we investigate certain aspects of the room, whether it be desks that are laying around. There's this makeup kind of area, a little book, and a, like, not magnifying glass, but, what are those things called?
Hourglass?
Hourglass. Hourglass and, like, a spinny thing. And so we go around, look through those, we look through books and everything. We collect a few bits and bobs here, like jewelry, some equipment for spells, possibly something off of Zake's list that he was looking for. And through some wonderful magic material things, we disarmed the trapdoor in the center of the room. Which, all safely. Nobody got hurt from that because it exploded. And we found these 2 magic items, in which seemed very stone-like. Nobody had a way to identify it until later. And then we went around it and investigated that hourglass, and it essentially took us backwards through time, which spelled out that Marcella was not acting like herself. She was extremely in distress. She knew about these magic items, uh, and I mean, yeah, that's where we are in that kind of investigation. But we have those items. We have the recountants of her demeanor during this time and when she had left. And so, with that information in tow, we head downstairs. Um, and like there was the shuffling and noises, scrabbling from the roof and stuff, and absolutely terrifying. We don't want another fight, so we go um, search around the house and find 2 of the injured people. One of them extremely injured, not by us, but I think it was like orange and green that were down there before. And we essentially get to the point where we're all sneaking around, saved them, told them to be quiet, and we have investigating weird, scrabbly noise things. Terrifying. And at some point during that, there was a distraction caused outside in which the scary, scrabbly things went and ran away, and then in walks Alvor. Yes, that is the name, Alvor Palebrook.
Sort of smart.
And then we get to talking with him, and he's acting sussy, and we're acting sussy, and so we get the 2 dudes that we saved out. Once the little gargoyle things with wings now, did a little runaway, out towards the southernmost part of town, heading towards, let me look where that is, the Fortune Grove, out towards that point. And we get to talking with our boy. I don't know, some truths come out. And essentially we are on half legs with this guy. None of us really trust him. He seems to trust us? Maybe? I don't know. It's all very confusing. And then, we essentially are like, hey, we need the payment now. He identified the things, and they are very stone things. So, yeah. At this point, all the information is pointing at Marcella is the culprit for these stone beings. And we have information to go down towards the forest in order to figure out where they are running off to during the day. Yeah.
Lovely. Good recap.
Job.
Yep. One thing you did find was that the rod was altered as well. It was it now unpetrifies people. Speaking of which, before we dive into there, I put the stats of both of those into the chat. So you have the rod of petrification altered version, and you also, since he told you the dagger of stone skin, that is on there as well. If you'll notice, the dagger of stone skin requires attunement. What that means is that you have to spend a short rest or a long rest to use the abilities of it. You can use it as a regular dagger, but in order to use the ability of it, you have to attune to it, and you can only have 3 attuned magic items at one time. The rod of per person. Each of you can have 3 at a time. 3 magic items attuned. The rod, however, doesn't require attunement, so you can actually just start using that whenever you'd like. And yeah. So
I added the guards' names to the NPCs.
Nice.
Thank you for that. All right.
Jeremiah. Jess.
Yep. All right. You are currently walking from the Roth house. You have gone through the gate, carefully walking through the streets, frustrated, beaten, tired. probably wondering what all is worth it and wanting a rest desperately. You are being led by Alvor as he has a stride to his step that still shows his charismatic movement. However, you can notice that he's still eyeing rooftops carefully and watching the dark alleys. There's moonlight here, so there's enough to see. But still, he is walking carefully. And as he's leading you all, without... he does, kind of turn back and looks at you all as you're coming, and he keeps looking forward. And he says... So, how much did I promise you? Was it 200 gold or less? He gives a slight smile. As he's just walking.
Zach would be like, no, 200. You said 200 each. And specified each.
Alright. Keen ones, that's good. Is there any other information before we get to the house? Any other things? Because you said information and money? What kind of information are we talking about? Brainstorm with me, stir the pot. What are we looking for?
What are we looking for in general?
Information as payment. You want money? But some of you, he points at Zake, wanted information as well, I believe. Information people I know.
Zake would point at Penn.
I just have my cloak pulled around me, just looking back and forth between everyone.
What are you pointing at me for, lad?
I didn't need information. I was comfortable with the money. You said information as well.
Alvor just looks forward to seeing that you all don't know if you need it or not, but he just says, well, I don't always just supply gold. Just keep that in mind. If you ever need anything for a price, I know some things. He just keeps walking.
Well, we're pretty fucked up at the moment, aren't we? So we'll bear that in mind. I mean, you're not going anywhere, are you, bud?
Just back to the house to get a nice cup of tea and get your payment.
Good lad.
He continues on. If there's nothing else said, you continue down the winding little back streets, getting further and further to the smaller southern section. Northern section of the town to where Patty's house would be. You're walking along these little dirt roads with these little fences in these backyards, and he takes a corner near Patty's house, and you see him stop. Something that you all have never seen on Alvor like this before. He just stops and looks defeated. He looks back to you all. A look of somewhat sadness, something you haven't properly seen before with Alvor. He usually has this persona up. Yeah, and he doesn't say, he tries to speak, but he doesn't. He just heads around the corner and into the backyard of Patty's. And if you all round the corner, you see in this backyard, you see the door is open, on the porch is open, same one that you all had barged into before. And in the yard near the fence gate is a stoned halfling. Not that kind of stoned, but a stoned halfling.
No!
There is a wild out past the duchy halfling here.
Travelers, dude.
Yep. Yeah. You find a halfling that has been completely petrified, turned on her side, and has plumped down into the grass. Her arms still outwards reaching, almost in a running position, but she has been frozen in her state and fallen into the grass. Almost not really visible, almost. He's so small and the grass is taller here.
Did he slump because he saw it, or did he slump because he had worked out what happened? Sorry, I couldn't get how far away we were, because we were around the corner, right?
Yeah, you were around the corner and he was leading you all, so he turned and saw it first. It was just a defeat of sadness that he saw. He saw what was a very sad scene before you all did.
Okay.
And he turns the corner and you all see that. He just takes a few steps towards Patty. And just stands over her for a minute, not knowing what much to say, seeing a very different demeanor on Alvor right now.
I'm gonna raise my hand a little bit and kind of scoot forward towards him and be like, won't that rod help?
You see, he wasn't even making eye contact with you. He was staring at Patty. And he looks and he says, you see him like perk up, actually, as if he had forgotten about the rod. And he says, yeah, I certainly hope so.
I'm gonna
If you all
turn
are
to
willing to
Crianza.
spend it.
Yeah, no, I'll pull it out. Start walking over.
You see him just stand back.
How do I?
Once a day, right? She definitely deserves it. She's had a bloody awful day. Poor girl.
How do I do this?
You just like prod her with it.
Pointed at her?
Hey, Daddy God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be looking around. I'm gonna be looking around to make sure whatever the fuck did this, it's not like a gargoyle sitting on the house that we're not looking at. Like,
Make a perception check.
oh, bro, y'all, their kid's gonna be on the fucking roof, and I'm gonna roll a 1. Hold on. Perception. What? There's a sky?
That's a house.
Yeah, there's plenty of moonlight around, and you get a good view of the roof.
good.
You look at the surrounding roofs, and it's clear.
Oh, fantastic.
Nice, it's not on the roof. Cool.
Yep, you see that it's not on the roof sake.
Yeah. I'll get to the point and then I'll use the rod and like stick it out and keep inching forward until like it works or contact is made.
As soon as you start inching forward, Alvor does put out a hand. He hasn't looked at all of you. He's just still looking at Patty. But he raises a hand and looks at you this time, Crianza, and says, Are we sure we want... It's been altered and I'm nervous. Are we sure it's going to work? Are we sure that Uroth has altered this properly and it's not just going to make it worse? I am... Patty doesn't deserve this. Are we sure?
I mean, you told us, pal, she was your bit on the side, so how confident are you in your Uroth?
There's no way to know that if it's gonna work perfectly.
And I mean, it's the only chance we got.
Uroth wasn't the best. I never knew her for her enchanting abilities. So... I don't know how much faith I have in her. In her magic altercations.
Well, if you look at it this way, if we leave her a stone, she's probably just gonna get kidnapped.
She's gonna disappear come the
That's what
next
happened
day.
to all the others.
He just takes a step back. Kind of puts a hand on his mouth. Waiting. What would you say, Trey?
He, what the fuck is my name? Zake.
Zake.
Zake would go, or, and he put up his hands and say, we could put her somewhere, and when they come for her, follow them.
Alvor's eyes widen.
Zake pauses and goes, oh, that's a bad idea, and then lowers his hands.
I mean, we already know what direction they're going. I that might be good enough.
Generally,
They look around at everybody else.
and even if they do take her, and we follow, I don't know what's out there. We're gonna get trapped up. They're flying. We're walking.
We're
not gonna be able to
as
follow
fast
them
as them.
exactly.
Zake would pause and nod and go, so one of us needs to get turned.
His eyes widen. But you see him drop his hand from his mouth. I would not like any of you all to be turned to stone. You all are our fighting chance. But also, those are honestly not too bad ideas. Those aren't that bad, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I am curious.
He just looks sadly at Patty. and kind of worryingly at you all, noting that it's a good idea, but also very scary.
I don't. Mm.
Look, it's a shame that it's Patty. She's a sweetheart, and I'm sure that those potatoes would have tasted lovely. But we've got the rod. You've identified it. People are turning to stone. I don't really think there's a discussion here. You got to
There's
give it a
gonna
whirl.
be a lot of people that we can choose besides just Patty.
Yeah, but we're right here. It's Patty. She's like,
Yeah.
right there. Go on, jab
You're
her
fucking-
jab her with the stick.
He just kind of stops.
Jabber.
Jab.
You say you're jabbing Patty?
I'm jabbing Patty.
Okay. I need you to make either of your choice a spellcasting ability check, which is your charisma.
Okay.
A charisma check, or a constitution check.
Okay. So that is just a normal, regular check. Okay. Using my charisma. Did that roll?
And what'd you get?
12.
A 12. Let me real quick double check that you don't add anything to that since it's a spellcasting.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's just a straight charisma check for this, like, though, because it's just through whatever skill you cast your spells
Yeah,
through.
based on what you have in the handout, it's just the spell there. Otherwise, it'd be spell attack. And
Yep.
that would make it 14.
Yep.
But,
So
yeah.
it's just a 12. As you step forward, Alvor kind of looks nervous and tenses up. First time you've seen him off guard like this and worrying, genuinely.
I'm gonna
And
lean
you-
forward.
You take the rod and you tap it onto the stone body of the halfling figure, and there is a little flash of purplish green magic that whiffs up through the runes and onto the end of it, and it ripples as if from water onto her skin. And then it winks out. And she is left stone.
Oh. I thought that was gonna go differently.
Does
Well,
it
it
happen right
didn't,
now?
did it, wizard? No, it didn't. And Alvor just walks into the house.
Daddy God,
Is it,
Mm-hmm.
is a failed use of it a use of it? It's daily use.
I on assess the effect. Once you use this ability, you cannot do so until the end of the long rest. Let me check my notes to make sure.
Yeah.
While I wrote this.
For instance,
Well-
could Mira have a go?
oh, interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta check my written notes. 'Cause that's a good question. I can't remember how I did it. I gotta real quick double check.
That's all right.
I don't
As you
get it wrong.
check it, Zake is gonna walk over to the body, get on his knees, place his hand very softly against the stone, and say, "O Mother, Adjudicator, look upon the one that mourns. I beg of your presence. I call out to you for your tears. Give me your forgiveness, your understanding, your grief. Judge this soul to your liking. Find their usefulness and worthiness as you have me." Just kind of pat the stone. Stand back up.
Nice.
Shouldn't leave her out here, should we?
Yeah, Penn gives Zake a pat on the shoulder and then looks at the others and bends down to see if he can lift Paddy up. And he's braced for her to be heavier for some reason.
Yeah, Zake would help.
But he's interested to find out whether she is or not.
She is quite heavier, but with the two of you, you can lift her. And out of character, I did find, unfortunately, it does expend the use. The spell goes off whether success or fail, because it is an altered kind of shitty version of it. It's the one use. Unfortunately, that spell was put on last minute as an altercation. It is, or as an alteration. It is. Unfortunately, that's the one use for the day.
Okay.
Okay.
But you all can grab her up.
Yeah, we don't know if this is gonna work immediately, if it's gonna shed off later. But let's
Yeah.
get her inside.
It'd be like a snake. Ew.
Snake is like
I'm gonna walk inside.
Snake.
You. You from Mira.
Nice. Are you all going in?
Yeah.
Okay. You find Alvor walking around the kitchen and opening cabinets as you all walk in. And as you all bring her in, he just says, "Who's going to make all this food if she's stoned? If she's going to be stoned forever? Who's going to take care of the house? Who is going to send letters to her son? Who?" And he just looks at you all. "Any other plan? Or is she just like this? The rod clearly doesn't work."
I mean, we could always try again later.
"And what if it
I
doesn't
know.
work then?"
I don't
We'll
know.
figure out another way. You said that a cleric or something might be able to help with petrification, so let's not despair, eh, Alvor? Come on, perk up, pal. Let's, shall we pop her downstairs in the basement on your cot so that she's well out of the way?
Yeah, let's make it comfortable for her. Yep, you do that and I'll grab your money. And he starts going and grabbing. He
As
follows
we,
him. Mhm.
Yeah, because we know where it is, as we go down and get to the bottom of the stairs and we're sort of wrangling awkward stone Paddy around.
Mhm.
I can't remember us having a really good check around the basement beyond sort of just seeing the violin and his Disney clothes washing tub and stuff like that. So can I have a really good look for just to get a general idea of any, like, the items that are on top, or if there's any lock boxes or anything that looks like it is something he wouldn't want us to look at?
Yeah, make an investigation check. 12. You see that there are some books piled around. Some of them have bookmarks in them. You find, there's a laundry line. Nothing of any loose papers or anything like this or anything like that. However, you do see that there is a trunk near the cot, basically, that has a couple laundry baskets and other things on it. And that could probably be put there purposefully so that someone just wouldn't open it, because that's too much to move.
Can I tell if it looks locked or not?
It definitely doesn't look locked. This looks to be a trunk that simply just could be opened. It has like a little latch, but it can't be locked. So that's probably why there's so much stuff on it.
How close to the cot where we're going to put Patty is it?
It's like right at the... Say the cot is right in the corner of the wall. The trunk is right next to it, almost as if it could be used as a bedstand.
So as we're carefully placing Paddy on the cot, can I stumble back and go, "Oh, be careful with her," and knock the whole lot over and try and bump the trunk open, or at least
Give me a performance check. I mean,
just be a clumsy bastard.
Yeah, Alvor's facing the other way currently, so he's off getting your money in the other section of the basement.
Yeah. So I'll just be a really clumsy bastard, but not.
Yeah, give me a performance check. As you were trying to
I
do
haven't done
this.
performance before, Cole.
Yep, you were trying to act clumsily on purpose.
7.
You do that, and as you lay her down,
Actually just clumsy.
Yep. You knock it over. And you find yourself looking a little too hard at the trunk, and Alvor turns around as has a bag in his hand that's clanking with coins, and he turns around and looks at you, and looks at the stuff you've knocked over, and looks at you,
just try to be careful with Paddy,
He puts the bag all in his left hand, and he motions with you and motions to the trunk. Give it a whirl. Go on. Open it up. If you're so nosy. He just smiles.
All right, there, Gov. Because Pen wouldn't be embarrassed about that. He opens the trunk.
You open it, and what you find in here is folders, kind of, basically. You find several folders with documents. You find essentially this small scimitar that, as the light hits it, a bluish-green glow shines over it into the tip, where it sparkles for a second. You also find a couple of red vial potions in here, as well as a ring of keys with probably 14 different keys of different shapes and sizes in here,
Jesus.
as well as clothes. And he says, "We've had your luck. I wouldn't advise going to the folders. However, take the potions. You'll need them more than I.
Why?
Healing. Stitch up your wounds.
Basic healing potions. That's very generous of you, Alvor.
Yeah, never in case something bad were to happen, but seeing as things have gotten worse before they've gotten better, take them.
Cheers. It's a pretty fancy blade. Are you pretty good with it, are you?
Hell no. That is, I'm bringing that to somebody. A friend of mine, Beaucaster. That's why I'm actually here.
Nice one.
What'd you say, sorry?
Pen. I said nice one. Pen takes the potions, closes the thing, and sort of makes a half-assed attempt at replacing whatever was on top of the drink.
Yeah, just clothes baskets and clothes. Yeah,
the one that he does it, he just sort of nudges with his foot, so it looks a little bit tidier. And then tosses one of the potions to Mira, and one to Zake. There were two, right?
Yeah, 2 regular healing potions.
Yeah, tosses one to Mira and one to Zake.
This is bad, but do I catch it?
I'd say, if you want, do you think you would catch it?
I don't know. I'm
It's
very
a small
clumsy.
Yeah, make a dex check, and you will only drop it on an absolute. That is a good point. You have rigor mortis all throughout your body.
14.
Oh,
Roll a dex check.
Yeah, 14.
You're good. You catch it. Ding.
That was with a -1.
Yeah.
As he throws it to Zake, he walks past to sort of stand at the bottom of the stairs to be out of the way, but he passes Zake and goes, "Yeah, you probably need that if you keep taking hits for everyone else out there." And pats him on the shoulder.
Zeke, like, when he first would have, taken it, would have looked confused and opened his mouth, but after Penn said, they'd be like, he just kind of nod, slowly pocket it.
And Penn just gives him a smarmy shit-eating grin and a wink.
Yeah. Alvor turns and has sorted the money, and he has given you all 100 gold each, and then 10 platinum each. And for
platinum,
1 platinum equals 10 gold. So to shorten the stack, he's given you 10 platinum to equal up the other 100. So you have 100 gold and 10 platinum. And for the sake of giving you all a little bit of extra money, he's also going to give you all each 20 silver and 10 copper. So that's 100 gold, 10 platinum, and 20 silver and 10 copper is what he gives you all each.
nice.
And there's 10 silver to a gold, and there's like 100 copper to a gold. So,
brilliant.
yeah. So he pays you 200 and some extra. He hands that to you all. He nods.
Hey, listen, we'll play with this pointy stick, and if we learn anything else or we figure out how the bloody thing works, we'll come back and we'll sort out Patty. All right? She don't deserve to be left like this.
Well, I thank you very much for that, and I do thank you all for giving it a whirl, my friend. I appreciate it. Sorry you all have had it rough today. Do you all want to stay here?
Well,
We'll be all right, Gav. I think we just want to get back to the billing and have a quick cup of something and then into bed, don't we, guys? And he waggles his eyebrows.
Yes.
yeah, this house
We do.
may be a little too small for all of us.
Okay. Hopefully the lockdown is not happening. Hopefully you can get in. If not, you're welcome to have the love seat.
Shit, it totally is. I forgot about the lockdown.
Maybe. But to be fair, you used to say you might need more of that.
Yeah, they know that we're about business, though, the guards and whatnot, right?
They don't.
I would say, and Zake would
No.
go.
Nobody was supposed to know.
No, I'm not going to the tavern. Not unless he's coming with us, and he'd point to Alvor.
I'm staying here with Patty.
He's like, they already know that there's a reason why Patty was turned. If we leave and he gets turned to stone, we lose one of our most powerful leads.
Ooh, I'm powerful.
I didn't think about it like that.
Let's 4 of us just pop upstairs then, eh?
Just
Pop.
And gives Zake a very direct look. Pop up, just the 4 of us. Let's just pop upstairs, the 4 of us. Shall we, lad?
Zeke was obviously confused at first in that judge. He's like, oh, he turned Alvor, he'd say, stay.
Yes, sir. Yes, I will. Oh, feel free to help yourselves to the dinner that Patty was making. It's in the cupboards. It's in the cold storage. It was supposed to be for, just take it. It's for you.
Hey, go upstairs.
He gives
Can
a.
we pop up?
Give an
Yeah,
awkward wave. Head up.
He actually gives a genuine smile and nod, with sadness behind it, as you all go upstairs. You all do anything else, or are you all
When
heading
I
done?
when I see the sad smile, I'm gonna linger on the stairs for a minute,
Mhm.
and then just give a sad smile back, and then just head upstairs.
He nods, and then as you're walking up, since you stayed back, he says, Mira,
Mm-hmm.
our practitioner of magic, as well as your other friend in the hood, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yep.
how much do you know about all of this now that I'm talking to you one-on-one for a moment? What did you find in your house? You're a mage. It surely makes more sense to you than the others.
You get to just stand there, really wide eyes, looking around for a minute. Well, not really too much that makes sense. Just kind of what we told you. She seemed like she wasn't herself.
Okay. I was just asking to make sure. Well, good night.
Good night. I'm gonna head upstairs.
Mm-hmm. Do you all bed down for the night?
Oh no, I think that I
Yeah, there's a whole
assume that we have
conversation.
shit to talk about. Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, Zake's first thing is he's gonna go upstairs. He'd be looking for that fucking dinner.
Easy enough. You go in. There's kind of like a cold door, just almost like a trap door that is built into the dirt on the side. And there is whatever cold there is, like basically coleslaw, and there is that kind of stuff is in there that she has made. It's still, the hot things are still hot because you were supposed to be here a couple hours ago for dinner, and there is essentially a turkey is here as well with a very small piece of ham.
On time.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
There is other little assortments of a small kind of country home cooked dinner here. There's like green beans and like cornbread and all that sort of things. And there is little bits. There's
heart.
little bits of fish wrapped in cloth. It's a very Hobbit style dinner as well. That's here.
So little Tax has actually clambered up Zake's back because Tax realised that Zake was going straight for the food. And so he's like
Hell
attentively
yeah.
looking at all the food
Mhm.
and sort of waiting to trying to muscle in and be first in line. Whereas Penn just sits down at a table, absolutely exhausted.
Yeah. Real quick, as the little dragon climbs onto you, Zake, you hear hissing. Penn, you just hear, after this day, we need dinner. As it's just hissing as it's going towards the food with you.
He'd kind of like do that whole like when you feel something creepy on you at first, and he'd look over and he'd be like, "Fuck, you're creepier up close." Had a little ash fin and kind of like move to pet his head, but a little cautious if he's scared that he's gonna bite him.
Yeah.
And then he'd honestly start warming up the food. He'd start cooking. and look happy as shit when he starts doing it.
Yeah.
And as he's
Gotta
cooking, he's
stand
like,
near the food and smell it.
That's good.
as he's like, good, he'd look back, he'd be like, so we're up here because we have to talk about him, right? Or was that not what's happening? He'd look at Penn.
I'm gonna look at Ben.
Just figured that we needed a couple of minutes to collect our thoughts, to get back and figure out what we're gonna do tomorrow. I'm also just Kranza. What's the deal with the pointy stick? Like, is it fucked, or do you reckon that you could get it to work, or what? Like, what happened there? Is he just talking bollocks about what it is?
She'll wave it around, or they'll wave it around and like smack it a few times. On the other hand, I
I'm
don't
gonna look nervous.
particularly know how it works. Just what he told us. But from the magic that is in this, it should work.
Oh.
I don't know when it'll work. I don't know if there's something else that I need to do to make it work, but it should.
Do you want to, so next time we find someone who's been turned to stone, do you want to have another go, or get Mira to have a turn? Or, well, I mean, I probably wouldn't know what to do with the bloody thing. Seems much more your cup of tea.
Look over to Mira, and is that something that you'd be able to do, want to do?
I mean, yeah, I'll give it a shot if when next time we need to.
I'll give it over to Mira.
I'm gonna just give it a look over and then push it into my bag.
You just need to touch the person who's in stone, and it should work.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot at least.
While Mira's having a look at it, Penn sort of beckons her over and says, "So, Alvor down there, he said that you can do what he did with the pointy stick. You can get an idea of what things can do, identify items and stuff, can you?"
Yeah, just kind of just sit there and focus on them for a little bit, and then I get sort of an idea of them.
Ben reaches into his bag and
And-
pulls out a small silver green ring and places it on the table in front of her. And then he reaches in again and pulls out the small black box, the locked box, and puts that in front of her as well. And just looks at her, doesn't say anything else.
Are these yours?
Yeah, got them upstairs in the
Oh, you found them at her place.
Ross place. Yeah, I didn't want to put them out in front of old matey boy downstairs, eh? In fact, Penn just has a glance around the room, looking for birds or other things like that.
No birds, it seems. You for 1 second you see like a little wooden bird that's decoration, and your heart drops. Then you're like, oh shit!
I reach for my bow, and then
Yeah.
Zeke, after like cooking the food, will get a plate for Penn, a much larger plate for our little Ashvin, a plate for himself. He'll look at the other two and just turn and make a last plate and walk it down to Alvor.
Yeah. When you get down to him, you see him. He has pulled one of the chairs besides the cot, and he's just sitting there. He has a book that he has on his lap, and he quickly closes it as if he was reading to Patty. And he looks at you and says, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be down so quickly. Is that for me?"
He'd nod. He'd walk over and offer it to you.
Is it poisoned?
He'd say, "I don't even know how I would make poison." He would look totally befuddled.
Me neither. I usually have people do that for me. Maybe we could learn together sometimes. Thank you. He takes the plate.
Give it. He'd walk right back up.
He nods to you.
Why would we want to stay here? You said, I don't know, the possibility of her turning him, or...
He'd nod and he'd say, if they came after Patty, they clearly know that he is here.
I mean, it could have been a coincidence, but it feels like a very big coincidence.
She was outside. I don't think any of these attacks are pinpointed.
We want to take the risk.
The night is going to keep going on, and based on all the other information, it takes at least a day for these now stoned creatures to come back, enact whatever they're trying to do, come back like Mary, I believe her name was. The one out front of the tavern. I think he'll be okay. If that's what you're worried about, if you're worried about him, I think that she'll be in a stasis. At least for another night.
He'd nod and he'd say, I understand. In that case, if you all wish to go to the tavern, go to the tavern. I won't risk it. He starts shoveling food.
Yeah, Tax is also already attacking his, and there's food going.
Yeah.
And
You just
Peggy
hear-
doesn't have the energy to get him to mind his manners.
Yeah, you just hear
Size.
covered in mashed potatoes. This is good. Yeah.
So what do you think, Mira?
I mean, I don't know. It is plausible that the reason they came here was for him. I'm meaning, if it's Roth or it's Kraylin and they knew he was here, the creatures could have been looking for him and just found Patty. Or it could have just been a coincidence.
These attacks have been happening all over the city.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we're talking on leaving, aren't we? Like following those bastards where they flew. I mean, who knows how long that will take.
I mean, I definitely think we should go after them and follow the way they went. But maybe for tonight, we could just stay here?
I'm not going tonight.
If we had a rest, and I mean, I'm bugging, so I need to sleep. But I mean, Tax can keep an eye out. Oh, actually, you don't sleep, do you, Groundsel?
No.
Do you like what happens? Do you
What?
shut down or something, or are you alert? Or what's the deal with that?
I do sleep.
Hey,
I don't sleep. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm sorry.
And what are you trying to ask?
well, just in terms of someone being on watch, right? Like we're in a strange house. We've got Stone Lady downstairs, and those little bastards who scramble around roofs know exactly where we are. You can assume. So it makes sense that someone's relatively alert if we're sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. I'm a light sleeper.
You're actually pretty heavy. Look confused.
Yeah, well, Tax will be up and about a little bit because he generally sleeps a lot all the time during the day whenever he's sitting in the slip. What do you think of that ring, Mira? Get anything from it?
Oh, I haven't done it yet. Do you want me to do it right now?
I don't know how it works.
I just gotta focus on it real hard for a little bit.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it.
You have a
Good
pearl.
stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Do you have
Yeah,
a pearl in your
think
inventory?
so.
That's why I
Yeah.
can't do it either.
Yep. You have to have a pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces as a focus to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Per
when.
item.
No, it's a focus that you can use over and over. Yeah.
Right.
Ooh.
Most of the time with spells, you know how it'll say components. It might be like bat guano or feather or whatever. That's usually you can roleplay it as you either have to have a component pouch of where you have a potion. You have like a pouch with ingredients that you just can use and smush
Mhm.
together while you're casting, or you have like a focus, like a wand or a crystal ball or something. Either way, if something has that's for all of you because you all have spells. If anything in components were to say a price tag, those things are the ones that you have to take. Like you have to actually, we have to keep track of your components, and some of them, like Revivify, takes like 300 gold worth of diamonds to expend. But in this case, you have to have a pearl worth 100 gold, but it never gets used up. As long as you have it, it never
Yeah.
gets used up. That's the catch.
What's the the VS, like the V is vocal, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that you say something? The S is you have to do
Semantic.
actions with your hand.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you have to have your hands free in order to do waving and whatever motions,
What's
like
the
Doctor
other one?
Strange. Material.
M for material.
And those are the ones that need a component pouch or a
Okay.
spellcasting focus. Yeah. If it's stuff like a piece of gum and like an eyelash or whatever, stuff like that, like you don't actually need that in your inventory because we say you have a component pouch or a focus. However, you could always use that as roleplay inspiration, but we really only keep track of what's in your inventory if it has a price tag on there. That's really only what we keep track in. Yeah. Sorry, Mira. We gotta get you a pearl. You realize, as you're saying this, that you check your stuff and you were lacking a pearl.
To be rifling through my bag, and I'm like, never mind. I can't. I don't have the right stuff.
So what do you need? We'll keep an eye out.
Like a pearl. It's like I'm pretty good, decent sized one for a good amount of money.
Right. All right. We'll keep an eye out.
I'm gonna look into the box and cast detect magic.
Okay.
Yeah, and see, it'll be like a big old flash that covers the whole box for a second.
Is this the lockbox? Is this one that's locked?
Yeah. Yeah, the little black one.
Okay, so you all haven't unlocked it.
Do we
yet.
need to open it? Okay.
Yeah. You do cast detect magic to see if you can see through it. Nothing gives off a signal.
Mm-hmm. Box isn't anything crazy.
Can I inspect the lock?
Yeah, this is the one with the turning mechanisms. With all, like, it has a whole bunch of like a dial phone where you have to turn it, and it's like different gears. It's like a puzzle essentially.
Oh,
Would you
right,
like?
like a code. Can I have a go at it?
Sure. I would say it'll take some time. You could do it. It'll probably take you, with a good roll, an hour. With a bad roll, it might take you a little bit more. However, with a long rest, you only need 6 hours of sleep and 2 hours of downtime. So you could use those 2 hours of downtime to start messing with it if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check to see how well you can figure it out. So you're all just sitting here and you just start tinkering with it.
Not well.
You have, like a Rubik's Cube, you have started it, and now you're so far in and so lost, you don't know how to get back to the beginning or how to reset it, and now you're trying to get this box open from
Hang on.
a
I've
wild
got
land,
any luckies
essentially.
left. I think I've used all of my luck.
I think you have.
Yeah, I have. Thanks. All right.
So, as of right, you can
mate.
keep tinkering with it. It just means that it's going to take longer to figure it out. It's not impossible. It's just going to take longer.
Penn frustratedly thrusts it back in his bag, along with the ring. And sulkily goes over to the couch and lays down and goes, "I'll see you in the morning."
He's had a day.
Good night.
Oh, we are staying here. Okay. I will take station at the back door. Stand there.
Okay.
Still.
It's such a creepy image. You just like lumber over there and go.
Yeah.
And there's like this faint, tiny little night light coming out of you, like a sentinel.
Yeah. All right. And the rest of you?
So weird.
When Pin walks over there and lays down, I'm gonna look to Zake. Is he still sitting at the table?
Yep.
I'm gonna
Nope.
awkwardly scoot a chair over, like screeching it across the ground to get there.
He would
And then
just,
just
stare
kinda-
at you the whole time, literally never breaking eye contact.
And then I'll just stop right beside you. I gotta cross my arms a little bit and just sit there for a second, and then be like, "So, you a religious person?"
You dead?
Yeah. Yeah.
He nods slowly. He's like, I've met a few of you before. Not like you.
Oh. Well. How so?
He kind of motioned to all of you and say, I guess they didn't have the decency to look normal. That's so mean.
Yeah, you've definitely never seen an undead that had a conscious humanity that wasn't
Right.
a walking corpse.
I like how you point to all the normal people, quote unquote.
Right.
Yeah. I haven't met anyone like me either. I was just wondering about... You mutter stuff a lot. I didn't know if that's a way of praying? Or something?
He'd pause until it said up. He's like, I've heard that word often. More so showing her that she is permanently in my thoughts. It is a way to manifest what's already in my mind so that she can hear it. Almost like a checks and balances system.
Oh.
Do you say oh or who?
I said who?
Who? Oh! He would say, well, our mother. And he would look at you like, duh. Like
Your
you're
mom
supposed
can
to
hear
know.
you?
He would actually laugh at that. He's like, no, the witch mother.
Oh, okay. Alright. I'm getting it. I've never met a witch before.
He'd smile and he'd say, yes, you have. You just didn't know they were one.
Wait, are we talking about you, or are we talking about somebody else?
He'd shrug and he'd say, I'm not at the status of being a witch yet. If I ever get to that point, it will be a blessed day, but I'm simply saying that you have. They are all around us. You simply don't know that you have.
Oh, that's interesting. So, when you become a witch someday, are you gonna have a ceremony?
He'd pause. He'd go, I actually don't know. He'd look puzzled and go, why?
No, I was just curious.
So,
Just wondering.
how'd you, were you always of your right mind, or did you used to walk around mindlessly?
Well, I woke up one day, And I was like this. I just started walking.
That must have been
I mean, it
terrifying.
took me a little bit to learn how to talk. But yeah, a bit terrifying. But I met a rather nice person because of it.
You scared that you'll lose yourself again one day?
I've never wondered that. Maybe?
He'd nod
I-
slowly.
I honestly just don't really know how I got here like this. So I guess there's always that chance.
Have you tried to find out?
Well, I don't really know who to talk to or where to go. I don't really remember too much.
He'd nod very slowly, but look inquisitive.
It's like, I think I know I was somebody before, but I don't know who. I, I don't really remember what it was like before I woke up.
Does it matter to you?
A little bit. Because I get memories sometimes, or what I think are memories, and it's interesting. But I don't fully understand it. It's one of those things, I guess.
Zake would be staring at her hard in thought.
Well-
Mysteries of life and all that.
Yeah. I suppose I'll let you finish eating. And I'm gonna start scooting the chair backwards. Leaving it on the floor.
Oh my god. Yeah, he would be curious, finish his meal, and honest to God, probably like lay down his head to be like, oh, that was a good meal. And I don't think he'd move.
Fall asleep. Just,
At the table.
yeah. Like a kid in school. Laying your head down. Mira, do you just sit there in your chair?
Yep.
Oh my god! We're such a creepy ass group. Pen is curled up on the bed, passed out. All the rest of us are in the weirdest spots.
Yep. At one point during the night, like at least like 3 hours in, I feel like Mira and Crienza, since you're kind of still in like this room, you would just turn and see climbing out of the little bag as Taxus. He just looks at both of you, shakes his head, and curls back up in another position, like bozos. All right, and you all get a long rest.
Oh,
They
thank God.
get
Fucking
a long
thing.
rest simply by not doing anything.
Yeah.
No, they don't sleep. Is that how that?
I
the
believe-
mechanics of that. It's so weird.
I believe
Yeah.
so. Yeah,
Let me
As-
tell you specifically.
yeah. I think both the
As
viewers
long
might be the
as
same.
I sit here for 4 hours without doing anything, I get a long rest.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
need 6 hours.
Yeah.
But I know things while I'm sitting there.
Like you're conscious.
Yeah, I'm conscious, but like
Yeah.
I can't take actions if I want to keep that long rest.
Yeah, just gotta chill. Yeah, it's still interesting though. Like you all can stay awake, and also you only need 4 and 6 hours, while everyone else needs to
Mm-hmm.
8 hours. It's interesting. It's good. You have permanently people on watch, which is
Yep.
cool. But yeah, you all get your long rest. The night goes out quietly. Nothing happens. And so you will click the button on D&D Beyond for long rest. You will get all your health back. You will get all your spells back, all your features back, everything. And
Make sure to confirm your long rest.
yeah. And
Question relating to spells and the swapping of them.
Yes. You
So in
can swap.
D&D Beyond,
Mhm.
D&D Beyond, the spell. So I'm swapping out alarm because Mira bought the alarm scroll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The one that I'm swapping it for, that I've found on Wikidot,
Mm-hmm.
isn't in the list on D&D Beyond.
If it's not, write down, just note that you have it,
Mhm.
and just whenever you cast it, just refer to that Wikidot and just mark that you've used a spell slot. You know what I mean? Just keep track of it manually.
Should I leave alarm in there just so that I can click it so that it will record that I've used the slot? Or
Sure. That's fine. Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
just for the rest of you as well. I was going to go with Cure Wounds, but it says this spell has no effect on undead or constructs. Now, and I know that Mira's undead. I have no idea what Crianza is, but construct is definitely in the mix of what the possibilities. So sorry, Zake.
Yeah. Pengelly could definitely think that way, but as far as I know, I think Mira can be healed. I think.
Yes.
Yes. She's a little bit in between life and death.
She's a technicality.
She's a technicality. So
Alright.
so yeah.
I'm not going to anyway, and
That's fair.
I don't want to know what Crianza is, so
yeah, definitely.
I'll go with what I've got.
Yeah.
Can I copy alarm into my book in the night?
You can, because you don't sleep, bozo. Yeah, it would be 50 gold.
Yep.
And you don't need anything because you have your own supplies. So you are able to go ahead and do that into your book.
Sweet.
Over the night. If you don't mind, I know this is early, but is it okay if we take a quick little 5-minute break?
Yeah.
Of course.
I need to use the restroom.
Imagine.
All right. Sorry, I'll just piss myself while DMing.
Why don't you have a cup nearby, man?
Imagine.
What's up with that?
I'll
be quick. I'll be
go
quick.
make some toast.
Take your time.
Yeah, make some toast. All right. I'll be back.
Cool.
I need to know how dumb to make Crianza, god damn it.
Honestly, I've tried. Until I make him stupid the vast majority of the time with bits and pieces of good.
It hurts my soul to like give away all those jewels and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the money in the bag.
My god. That was my first
fuck.
thought.
Thank you. Da.
I'm getting caught up on my notes.
Yeah, what are notes?
That is one of the best parts about playing this character. I was like, who the fuck needs notes this session? Which is so
Yeah, you guys
hard.
can do it. God damn it, I'm
Luckily did not.
trying to find out my features.
Okay. Yeah.
Quenchin for you. Did you by chance grab that ink and paper?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Family. Pleasure to see you, Mr. Cotton, sir.
Oh,
Nope.
I guess that's a question I should ask Ethan, actually.
Don't nap yet.
Secret channel.
Irene.
Someone's coming. There's a group of people outside.
What?
I don't know who they are.
We don't know if we can see them though. Nap.
How's it going?
Can we help you?
I think you can. Hey Harold.
4 hours to sleep.
Oh, it's this guy again.
Yeah,
That's insane.
I know. It's just like,
You're the blinders, right?
yeah.
That is correct.
So just
It's
on
Cosmo.
my
I think
sheet
there must
over
have
here
been
in
a
racial
misunderstanding.
trades, there's just a part of it that just says
Yes.
don't eat,
Hi.
don't drink,
What the
don't
hell is
read,
going
don't
on here?
sleep.
This guy was
4-hour long
hungover.
rest.
That's
And I'm
what they said.
like,
I asked
yeah,
him what he
that's
was
my own
doing.
little section there.
There's been a
And he's like, this is
misunderstanding.
my
okay?
town.
Hey,
We're just coming through.
please, shush, please. Look, I think there has been a misunderstanding.
I'm going
From what I
inside.
can tell, things were said. I'm
Pointing
sorry if
guns
there's...
isn't a misunderstanding.
I didn't
No,
realize I
no
pointed
one
guns.
pointed at guns. I did unsheath my gun because he had his gun out.
Yeah, you
I
did.
think Hank was startled.
He was sitting on roofs watching us with binoculars, so I went and had a conversation with him.
What's a reasonable person to do? We've lived around here for some time. We go to Armadillo quite frequently. You've seen us before.
We've never caused any trouble.
Yeah, I honestly think this is a misunderstanding.
It's just a misunderstanding. I'm very, very sorry, Hank, that they scared you, and...
Mr. Cosmo, perhaps you could tell me who these people are.
They are just a group of friends and family.
We've got many of those in state. Perhaps a little more detail?
Not criminal-minded at all. I think they may have just gotten carried away. I am truly sorry. There isn't need for hostility. They're not generally hostile, and I'm very, very sorry you felt threatened, Hank.
Alright, I appreciate you apologizing, but don't let it happen again, alright?
Absolutely.
All
We're moving anyway. Sorry.
Good evening.
Hello?
What's up?
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay.
Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Did you get your toast?
Hey. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll try and eat it quietly and discreetly.
You all having fun so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Alrighty, you all ready to get back in?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you all sleep and get your long rest. If that's all taken care of, then you all come to wakefulness back. It's quite early, as the birds are chirping already. Pengelly, you awake like birds for a moment. You're at the sound of them, and you all, as you begin to awake, Mira and Karanza, you notice that your normal parties that are like normal human beings finally come to wakefulness, and you hear stirring downstairs as well. What do you all do?
I'm still just sitting there watching everyone get up.
Yeah. I don't know. Take a peek downstairs. See if like there's any weird stone movement or if that's just our boy.
Yeah, let me respond to this message real quick. It's one of you all. There we go. Okay. You take a peek downstairs and you see Alvor. He's currently in exactly what he slept in. You see there's a blanket that has been thrown over like an extra blanket that's been thrown over Patty. You see him, he is currently doing a little bit of laundry, and he notices you there, and he says, "Oh yes, hooded figure, yes, welcome. Keeping an eye on me? I haven't left. I haven't poisoned you. How could I?"
You... Just making sure Patty wasn't awake.
No, I don't think she will rise. I think she's like this until it's fixed. Unfortunately.
I'd be careful.
Oh well, I may not be good with a blade, but I am damn good at protecting myself, at least. Just not others. He glances to Patty.
You've noticed the pattern, haven't you?
He cocks a brow. What do you mean?
These people, it takes about a day for them to come back, attack, out of their mind.
However, every time they come back, they at least are taken first. She hasn't been taken yet. So whatever happens when they are taken back to wherever home they are in, that's when they come back, you see. So far, nothing is taken, dear Patty.
Now that she's here in the house, you be careful. Because whoever's coming in and taking them could
They
hurt you
always
as
seem
well.
to know where they are. I'm worried about that. I'm honestly considering, if you all are heading out, I'm considering moving. Keeping on the move. They don't seem to come during the day.
No.
What do you think? Should I stay here? Or move to another house, another place?
Find somewhere else at least for the day.
Should I go to Uroth's?
Maybe the tavern? Can use one of our rooms.
A public tavern? Hmm. If
In
you
the
really think that's the
backyard?
I'll try the tavern as a last resort, but I'll keep it in mind. You know those bedsheets are never cleaned, right? But
No,
thank
I
you for
wouldn't
the
know that.
warning. Ooh, yes, bugs everywhere. Other bodily fluids. Ew.
Ooh.
Yes. I like to do my own laundry here. You see a basket just float over as a coat dunks itself into a water basin by itself.
To a merry tune.
Yeah. Yep. He does say, I will keep it in mind though. And if I do move, I will leave you all some kind of information here on where I've gone. I promise you I won't be leaving Balmoral in the States, and I'll be here till the end of it. Whatever all this is. However, the people upstairs, you should tell, I believe the city's on lockdown. The town of Balmoral, I believe. I've been listening through that grate right there, and nobody's out. It's morning, people should be going to work. Everybody's in their houses. I think Kraylin put it all on lockdown. Even during the day. Wouldn't be surprised if the Harbingers have finally been notified.
Gonna nod and walk back up.
He nods. Really quick, before I forget, did anybody attune to the dagger?
I had it on me, so I have a question about that actually. Can we remove attunements?
Yeah, you can remove attunements at long rests and stuff as well.
I mean, I had it on me, so yeah.
It's up to you. Like, if you just have it on you, like you really have to like focus on it if you really.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, so it wouldn't just happen by accident.
Mm.
Yeah. Did anybody proactively want to? Did you want to attune to it, or anybody else?
Yeah. Does anybody else like want to take it off me like the previous night?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I put the stats for it in the handouts too.
Yeah.
I had a question on its normal performance as a melee weapon.
Yeah.
So
when
1d4
compared
throwing.
with a blade.
Yeah, 1d4 is what the damage will be. It's pretty good. It's basically acts as a normal dagger on its own, and it can be thrown.
It can be thrown.
Mm-hmm.
It can be thrown, and it can perform its additional bludgeoning.
Mm-hmm.
When you make an attack, you can deal an extra 1d4 plus 1 of bludgeoning
Yeah,
damage.
and you can use your whatchamacallit, dexterity modifier rather than strength modifier for
Yep.
attack rolls.
Yeah, it's basically a normal dagger. Otherwise, and I'll send the normal dagger stats here for you. It's a normal dagger. It just has special things on it because it's magic.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Right.
So that just becomes an additional action option for me because it doesn't replace a short sword. Is that?
No, you can just keep it on your hip, and if you really want to in battle, you could pull it out and throw it, or pull it out and stab it. Or you could have, because it's a light weapon, you could have a short sword in one hand and the dagger in the other hand. Pretty cool.
Brilliant.
So your first magic item, I think, of the party is there, that we've acquired, and you've attuned to it. So during the night, you kind of spend time thinking about it and getting a feel for it. So by the time you awake, you think, I know how to activate this. I know how to throw this properly. I know how to get it to inflict its magic. And you have a magic dagger now. So on your inventory, you could just add dagger onto there.
Okay.
Into
just
your
trying to figure out how to do it.
No worries. If you can't, if Staj would at some point, because I think you have access to that.
Ooh, yeah, no, I'll do that actually
Just
right
pop
now.
a dagger on there. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, so you come back up when you all are gathering yourselves.
And Pen, bleary-eyed, walks into the kitchen, gives Mira a sideways glance, looks down at Tact, who's scurrying ahead of him, trying to find some food, and says in Draconic, "Neither of them slept, did they?"
They never sleep. They just stared.
Pretty fucking weird, isn't it?
Very weird. I kept wondering if they would go for some snacks, but they never did either.
And that bloke downstairs didn't come up, did he?
No, I listened. He didn't sleep, though, either. But I think that's a whole different reason of why he didn't sleep.
Sure. Okay. And they're eating, and he's sort of glancing, seeing what the mood is. Looking at the other two, unless Creons has come back up the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I walked up.
I'm just gonna pull a book out of my bag and start reading.
Yeah, Zeke kind of like shifts up and looks around like he's not.
Does he have food on his face?
Waking up. Oh no, he ate everything on his fucking plate. No, he gets and he's like jury-eyed kind of, and when he stands up and any of his movements are extra heavy because he has no balance or anything. So he's just stomping around looking to he's looking for ingredients to make a quick breakfast. So he's shuffling and trying to find bread and jam and eggs and all that shit.
Easy enough.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and give me just a roll. Let's see what you can find. A little fun roll of what you can find. Do an investigation check. Just a fun little roll to see what you can use your cooking skills to put together a meal.
8.
8? Not bad. You get some average things. You're not being able to find too much. You can make some average, like jam on some toast.
Hell yeah. Yeah, he'd make enough for everyone. Just kind of he'd of course make extra for fucking tax. Slide Pen some pause and stare at the other two, and then make some for himself and Alvor.
And it does taste good. You do manage to make what you find taste good. You're welcome to have breakfast.
If you walk past with a plate for Alvor. I'm just gonna stare at it sadly.
She wants to be in. I love that.
Is that because you can't eat?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Mira. Make me a. Hold on, looking at my thingies.
Make me a.
Make me a history check.
A 13.
13?
Mhm.
As the plate walks by you, basically with Sake, and you smell the jam, you know how some memories are just smells and not actual visualizations? You get a memory that is jam, toast, library, old books, and for 1 second you hear the chattering of laughter. And that's it. A new memory, but familiar and cozy.
I'm gonna take out a book
sad.
and I'm gonna write it down.
Okay.
So, been thinking. We're gonna head off out today, right? Is that the plan? Looks at Zake.
He'd grunt and nod.
Do we, so a couple of things. Firstly, do we need to get anything before we leave? And secondly, do you think it's worth going and talking to Kraylin? We don't have to tell him that we've been in Roth's house. We don't have to tell him about any of the stuff that we've found. We don't have to mention Alvor, definitely not, to him. But just see if we could get a general update on where he's at with this whole palaver. What do you reckon?
It seems what Alvor told me downstairs. He hasn't heard anybody moving about. Possibly thinks that Kraylin has put a hold on all movement, day and night.
I mean, he knows that we fought one of these things, though. So going up to him, I wonder whether has he learned anything more? Does he have any information that might be useful before we go here and off after these things?
Zake would rub his eyes and just, do you think that he's gonna tell us anything if we don't give him something?
I think he's pretty fucking panicked. Just wondering whether it can hurt.
It's been 2 days now. Do you think he's gonna expect stuff from us?
Don't know. Just putting it out there. What, in terms of picking stuff up, and do you think we need to go anywhere, or are we literally just leaving here and off we go?
Daddy God!
Mm-hmm.
How far can we, walk or run or travel in a day?
I believe it's 24 miles.
Fuck!
Walking distance 5e. I'm fairly certain it is. You can go at different paces as well. I'm seeing if it's on the DM screen. Yes, it's on the DM screen. So at a fast pace, you can go 30 miles a day. However, you have a penalty to perception checks. You're less perceptive because you were booking it. You're a little bit more tired for flavor. Normal, you can go 24 miles. And slow pace, you go 18 miles, but you're able to stealth and remain unhidden. You can remain hidden, basically. But average 24, if you want to go faster, you can make it 30.
We know the direction we're going in, but we don't know where we're going.
No.
Do you think this... How are we gonna get there?
Can I interject for 1 moment?
Mm-hmm.
Just to remind you all, Alvor told you the rod could lead you there.
Mm-hmm.
As a reminder, because I wasn't sure if you all remembered that or not.
Oh,
I didn't. Thank you, God.
Yep.
Just because when he identified it, it can essentially in some way this will lead to wherever it was made, where it came from.
Just occurred to me that bloke downstairs said that road could lead us to where we're going.
Oh wow, really?
What do you think of that? And he taps his head sarcastically. He's always fucking listening, pal.
What an asshole!
You should pay more attention, Kranza.
Kranza will nod. Yeah.
Such a dickhead. I love it.
Yeah.
Do we just go?
Yeah, let's fucking go. Just come on.
Do we want to get some horses or something?
Have you seen any horses in the town?
Yeah. Also, that might be a problem because I can't ride them because Tax scares the bollocks off them. I can get up on top of them and then they just freak out and throw me off. It's quite comical.
Tax just says, "It's not my fault. Those creatures are freaky."
He would slowly turn to Krianza too and be like, "I don't think horses are gonna work."
In terms of whether you've seen them, not in the town. There's like because the town's not. It's a large town, but because it's so compact and the main street is used for travel and vending and stuff, all the horses that would come through, there is a stable on either side of the gates. On the west gate and the east gate, there are stables.
Right. Yeah.
So if you come, you park your horse there, and they take care of it. You stable.
Park your horse.
Yep.
The no horse town.
Yep. No horses allowed.
We're good to go.
So then we walk.
Yeah.
I mean, do
think
we
you're
need
ready.
anything else? Like you had brought up?
Do we do our 24 miles or 18 miles hidden? Or, do we begin with the intention? Because I imagine, if we do 18 miles hidden, do we do stealth before we leave?
We already know where we're going.
Yeah, you'd roll stealth, and we'll see how sneaky you are, and we'll do it periodically throughout it. It's you do go much slower that way. You're kind of keeping off in the ditches and keeping hunkered down a little bit. That's kind of how it's role played out. But yeah, we'll roll that before.
Zake is gonna look for easy to hold stuff like nuts and whatnot for food and mushrooms.
You can find both. It's a halfling house. They have
halflings.
that. Yep. They have little jars, all kinds of assortment of nuts and different types of mushrooms, and there's pickled eggs and pickled onions in a jar. There's definitely.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he would stash a few.
Okay.
Pen and probably grab a few bigger bits and bobs and chuck them in the script for Tax to gnaw on.
It's the sound of a paper shredder coming from there.
Yeah. So how do you want to do this? Do you want to sort of be discreet about it, or are we just gonna leave and trot up the road?
Let's see what the rod tells us.
Yeah.
Well,
I was sort of thinking of you, Kranza, because no disrespect, but you're fucking enormous. So.
What?
Well, you're very visible.
I know how to sneak.
Oh, right.
He'd say, "I don't."
He says doubtfully.
I know how to sneak.
Flashback to
sure.
Krianza. Derek. You all heading out?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
They got provisions. How does the rod work?
Is it like a divining rod for water? Like you just
Right?
walk along with it pointed out ahead of you? And it wiggles at the end?
Do you wanna give it a shot that way?
Mira, you have it.
Oh, I have it.
Mhm.
I forgot I have it. As I said this, I'm gonna be like, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take it out and kind of like wave it around a little bit with both hands on it.
Make me a spellcasting ability check.
Let's say 22.
22? It gravitates just like a dowsing rod.
I figured it out. I'm gonna start following where it's pointing.
Okay. You all exit the house, and as the front door opens, you just hear, wait, as Alvor's climbing up the stairs. Are you all not even gonna say goodbye to me?
Oh.
Forgot. Goodbye.
He said,
Good.
I toast on the table
Oh.
the table.
Oh, well, thank you. Do you want to say, before you all go,
You just gotta repeat yourself sometimes.
he has his hands in his pockets, you've all have done quite a bit here. You have... Be safe. Goes and sits down and eats the toast and says goodbye.
Before he goes and sits down, Zake would walk over and put his hand on his shoulder, and he'd say, "Don't die. You have to become a better rider." And he'd smile, and he'd go away.
He was about to say something, and then you just... That, once again, ego shock to him. As you all leave, he just stares at his toast and just jabs it with a fork, because that's the last thing you all see before he closes the door. What a dick!
Zeke doesn't understand.
Alright. Alvor has been filled with determination to survive. Alright. You all head out and onto the streets. They are empty. It is daylight. The sun is gleaming off everything. It is a sunny, cloudless day. It's quiet. The first time you arrived here, it was, for a small town, it's still bustling along. There were people everywhere, doors opening, people going to shops, especially in the morning. The river still goes, and the mist is spread. You don't even see a guard out. Every door is locked. Every now and then you will see people open their curtains and peek out, and either nod or look curious or just immediately close them as you walk by through the neighborhood district. As you get to the main street, you're looking around. Not a soul. You head on. Are you heading straight to the gates or anywhere else before you leave?
What information do you think Raylan's gonna have?
Zeke would say, well, we obviously need to see Kraylin because we're not sneaking out of this. And he would motion to the empty street.
Who's gonna stop us? There's no guards.
I'm not saying that there's someone that's going to stop us. I'm saying that every guard is going to report to Kraylin that we all walked out.
That is a good point.
So if we go to Kraylin, we'll tell him that we're leaving?
We got a clue.
Leaving for why?
We can say that we tried to go to the house, that there was flying monsters, that we had to leave. Say that we're trying to figure out a better way, and we need to step out.
Say that we don't want anything to bloody do with it. Just make out that it's giving us a shits and we're fucking scarpering before we get sucked into this mess.
Zeke perked. He'd be like, that's not a bad idea, just to tell him, sorry, we can't do it. It's too scary.
Let's go. And Penn just starts wandering towards... We know where Kralen's house is, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It is near the main street. Its house is right on the end of the main
Kralen's
street.
house.
All right. You all head along the empty streets in this seemingly deserted town, knowing that there are eyes on you. Not necessarily anymore, now that you're on the main street, because these shops are closed and locked. The first time you're in a town with no eyes on you. It is strange. You make your way up. You open the gate that wasn't even locked, and you walk up the path up to the porch. you see the right window of the big window that basically that sees into his office. The curtains are closed, and you also can tell the curtain is pressed on the window. You get a sense that it has been barricaded with furniture. Are you knocking?
Yeah, quite loud and yelling, "Crane in!" So it's nice and obvious.
Yeah. After a moment, you see the curtain move, and you see an eye, and then you hear on the door, and it cracks open only slightly, and he says, "You see, kind of the straight brown hair kind of flow. That's what you see first into the doorway, and then you see the kind of brownish golden eyes." And he's the elven gentleman says, "A lot has happened since you all have accepted my offer. Have you all have any information? I hope to the gods that you do."
It's getting worse.
Very worse. Do you have any information at all?
They're flying now.
They are very much flying now. I am about to send word to the Harbingers because I weren't sure if you all were even alive, if you had abandoned the mission. I wasn't sure. I did not expect it to get this bad. I thought, as I told you, it was a desperate situation, but now the whole town has to be on lockdown, and I have to make the decision whether to call the Harbingers. They will take a couple of days to get here, but I have to know whether to call them now.
Call them.
I take it you don't have any information.
Salute, Butkus. We checked out that house, but those flying bastards turned up, and to be fair, Kralin, we're not really interested in getting too much more involved. Don't want to be turned into stone, you see.
Make a deception check. You see his fingers are around the door, like mini rings are shining in the light.
Oof.
5. He says,
I might lucky that one.
That's up to you.
No, I'll leave it. Sod it. I don't care about Kralin. He can do one.
He looks at you and says, "That is quite unfortunate. Nothing in that house at all. What are your personal suspicions? Is it... Either way, I will call..." He looks at you, he's like, "I will call the Harbingers," and looks at the rest of you. "Should I have them investigate Marcella's? What should I do about this? This has gone from a small accusation to a threat on the entire town."
We didn't even get in the place, mate. So by the time they get here, you can tell them to have a look. Yeah, sure.
He nods. "And what will you all do? Are you all abandoning ship? Are you all letting the town go down? Leaving it to the Harbingers?"
Not our town, mate. We're getting out of here.
He nods. Just a straight face, no frown. It's understood. I do appreciate you all trying.
So I hope you get it sorted, eh?
Hopefully so. It'll be in the Harbinger's hands, and it will be taken care of, I'm sure of it. Be safe out there, and I'm sure we will... He looks at you, Pin, right in the eyes. "I'm sure we will meet again." He closes the door.
Before he closes the door, as he tries, Zake is going to put his hand on the door. Not to open it more, to keep it open.
Okay. And his eyes dart to you.
He would look very fucking serious. No sleepiness, would look at him and say, "These townspeople are looking to feel safe. I really hope you can provide that."
He cocks his head a little bit, looking at you. "It's not your concern anymore. But thank you. They will be safe."
Yeah, he'd let go of the door.
He nods, stares at both of you, and closes it. And locks it up. And the house is quiet.
Zake would turn and would say, probably way too fucking loud, "He's gonna die." And walk away.
Don't fancy his chances. Alright, and off we go. Right?
Off we go.
Off we
If
go,
you wish.
adventuring.
Yep, you head to the gate. You find that it is closed. Takes a moment to figure out how to get the mechanisms here to unlock it, since there are no guards here to open it. It's a quite heavy gate. After about 10 minutes of working out the ropes, you all get it open, closed securely.
When he's opening, he's like, Zeke is being petty, like, oh yeah, this is Beaucaster. Fucking guards. He's just all pissy.
The pettiness. That's so good. Somewhere that guard is like in his house, just rolling in his sleep or something. I love it. All right. You traverse. You all are going on foot, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As you begin on the roads, you are every once in a while. Go ahead and Mira and give me another spellcasting ability check. It'll be your intelligence.
Just really quick. I'm so sorry. Before we walk out of the gate, he would stop. He'd go, hold on. And he would run all the way back to the inn.
Okay. You are.
He just doesn't tell y'all anything, just starts running.
Yeah, you all see him. Are you going to say something for him?
Is he gonna?
Penda would jog after him and would look at those two and go, "Stay together. Just wait here," and would jog along after.
I'm gonna
Not
just
try and
look up.
catch him up. Would just keep him on an eye.
All right, you're heading off.
I'm
Crianza
gonna
and
look
Mira?
up to Crianza and just look at him.
Hey, you get to stare back and then back over to where they ran.
Yes,
Okay.
we'll just wait here then.
Yep.
All right. You two are heading along.
I'd just like to point out, I got rugby tackled for this kind of impulsiveness.
Yeah,
you
Rugby
did.
tackle me, bruv.
Yeah, and he's still pissed off about it.
All right. Yep. You're heading behind as you're both sprinting, and you clamber up to the bellum. You see the two windows up front, curtains are closed. Once again, there's stuff pressing against them as if there is furniture there, and the door is closed. The sounds that you would normally hear from a breakfast in the inn is absent. What do you do?
Jesus. I'd first knock softly. I guess not like fucking pen. Just knock normally.
You knock. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Nothing happens.
Pen finally arrives and go, why are you knocking so bloody softly? You gotta get his attention. And he bangs on the bang, bang, bang.
You start knocking. After a moment, you hear footsteps trying to be quiet on the other side, and you hear the voice of what sounds like Destad, the bartender.
It's Zake and Pen.
It's not safe out here. It's not safe anywhere.
I know.
What is it?
I have to give you something.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh fuck! Y'all know that
he hasn't even opened the door.
Good with persuasion? Are you kidding me?
You can feel
14.
the tenseness of the town. You do that, and for a moment you think he's not going to open it. There's a pause, and then you hear the locks, and it cracks open a little further than Kraylin did, and you see him standing here with a dagger. He looks at you. His eyes are red and watery. Yes?
Oh my god. Zake would look so sad.
It's gone.
No.
Destad. Where's been an Upso?
Vinny's fine. Usul was taken. He was picked up by one of them. Vinny's upstairs.
Alex.
He went out. People were getting taken in the street last night. And Vinny was out there and with him. And Vinny tried to grab one of them by the ankles. And he tackled the thing, but it took off with him.
Oh.
Sorry to hear that. So just keep it to yourself. We're going after him, alright? Don't fucking tell anyone. You can tell Vinny. I hope Vinny's alright. We're gonna go and get him, alright?
Going after these things? There were so many.
Yeah, bollocks to him. We're gonna go and do him over.
I think that's wise. I wish I had something to give you. I don't know what I could give to help you prepare.
Zake would, funny enough, unstrap the bag of mushrooms that he grabbed from the thing and hand it towards him.
He slowly takes it. Is this from our stock?
He's like, I took some from your stock. This is a repayment back. Thank you for everything you did for us. And may she look upon you.
He doesn't seem to understand, but he tries to give a smile and nods, knowing the endurance with it at least. Thank you. Everything's going wrong. If you are able to fix whatever this is, our hearts are with you. And we will see you back safely, I hope.
Yeah, you will. You just keep Vinny safe, alright? Don't go outside.
He nods, of course. And thank you for this.
All
thank
right.
you for trying.
Lock it up tight, pal.
Yeah, no. At that point, Zake would nod and step away.
He nods to both of you. Be safe. And he slowly closes it and locks the door.
Yeah, Zake would look at Penn and is like, so we're gonna kill him and die trying.
Oh yeah, I'm pissed off now, pal.
He'd pat Penn's shoulder and begin to walk back to the gate.
Penn starts jogging, and as he jogs past Zake with a look saying, come on, let's get going, he goes, who's she anyway? And then just keeps jogging.
Yeah, he'd begin to jog with you. He'd say, the mother. As if, like, you should know this.
Whose mother?
Our mother. Everyone's mother. The mother.
I've
And
got
he
a
would...
clue who my mother is, pal.
It's like, it's okay. She's the mother to all of us.
Sure.
Poor Penn has found himself with some such cryptic people.
Hell yeah. Run back to the fucking gate.
Yeah. Little fun fact, little OOC thing. I rolled, earlier this week, I rolled that little combat scenario with Usul and Vinny and everybody out there. So it could have been any of them taken.
You bastard!
And because of bad rolls, Usul got taken.
Oh, my
At least it wasn't Vinny!
Yeah.
At
least it wasn't
because let's
Vinny.
be honest, Vinny's like the main character.
Yeah.
of this whole thing so far.
Yeah. Alright. You make your way back to the gate where you collect yourselves together once again.
Welcome back.
Zake would nod.
I think we're too angry to... Penn's certainly too angry to even consider stealth. Like, he's ready to go. He's fuming.
Alright.
So, unless someone else were to take the helm, he's more or less just going to carry on jogging and just go on.
Not very
You're
athletic.
jogging there?
You can jog some of the ways and take breaks and jog some of the ways. You can Forrest Gump it the way out.
What happened? There was like a very heavy stomps as like there's a jog starting to pick up to keep in line.
Boom, 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 boom.
Just the imagination of
So funny.
It's a... Oh, this sounds horrible. They took the short, funny one.
Oh no.
That's how we describe it.
What?
They got Uso. We got taken away trying to save Vin.
Plot, plot, plot.
Said the same thing, Tara. I was about to say the same shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was pulling up the same image as you were. Anyway, sorry.
Sorry, I hadn't seen it yet.
So good. It's so good. Are you all continuing on? Any other chatter?
I feel like Krian's is the type of thing that takes a while to slow down once it's got some speed up. As well.
Oh yeah.
We'll need to like plan our stop.
Yeah.
Actually go, right, start slowing down. And like 3 minutes later, Krian's finally like grinds to a halt and just
Yeah. Yeah. This one's Mira jogging, all flappy and uncontrolled. It's good. This is good character flavor of establishing how we jog. This
is a great character
This is
development.
needed in a fucking D&D set.
You may be able to have your favorite foods and favorite smells, but how you jog, now that's
real character creation.
Oh my god. So good.
This is Miro.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pen's what? Pen's looking at this. I'm hoping that Zake is just jogging along normally.
I mean, as much as you can with a shield and a spear and two hand axes.
But like a battle jog, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
A campaigning jog, right? So he looks at Mira and Carranza, who appear to be keeping pace, but sort of shakes his head and then he says, "Tax, just climb on top of the big one and see if you can help pilot or something."
Help pilot!
Oh my god. Yes, Taxis will just be like, I must, and we'll make a leap over, like a little monkey over onto Krianza, and will perk itself like on your head, gripping onto the hood.
Like steering a little bit.
Yeah.
Has his wings out like a rudder?
Yeah.
Bro.
So short.
Yeah.
This is it.
This, I mean, no, that'd be... the hood would pop off, considering there's no grip that he's able to get from the, from the hood.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, like, sink into anything underneath the hood just to keep it on, so the hood falls back and Dax kind of, like, wiggles off of it. And I don't have a proper character thing, but we can pop the secret off.
Pop the secret off the landing page?
Pop the secret off, yeah.
Oh,
this double secret.
Double secrets.
It's still a little bit secret because I don't have a proper thing, but I do have a Pinterest if you guys want to look at that. Is this... I think that this one's public. Where should I put that?
Oh?
Handouts?
Campaign chat.
Campaign or handouts, whatever you want.
Campagne.
I think we're getting a reveal from Taxis jumping onto you.
Yeah.
This is good.
But yeah, when the hood pulls back, what you can see is a shaved, quote unquote, head of hair. The skin, quote unquote, is let me get the traits out. Description.
Like a construct Borg thing, right?
Yeah.
So cool.
What you see is the top half of the face is essentially a darker skinned human or so, in about the age of 30. perfect, like a perfection on the skin. Not a blemish in sight. The hair is cropped short. But below the mouth and the chin, that is where there's a disconnect, and you can see metal. And that metal is goes further down into the neck, and there's like pipes and works all through there, metal works that all connect up and stuff. And the eyes, there is like a connection piece between the two, so they're sort of glasses, but it is into the face. Like the skin is there, but it's just metal or silicone and stuff. And they're glowing blue.
So good. You all have never seen. You all have maybe seen little metal workings, like little trinkets and whatever, and you've heard of perhaps large gear work things, but nothing this intricate in this. None of you have ever even concepted, like you've never been able to conceive this type of what this is. You all are.
Tax dangles off the hood as it falls down the back of Creanza's head, and like as he grips the shoulder to sort of rebalance, he gets a look at the face, and then immediately, just like a cat, springing off of his shoulder, just like springs away and lands on Pen, and like crawls around his back and like peeks just over his shoulder. And Pen's sort of wide-eyed and for once completely lost for words, just sort of goes,
Creonce's gonna, during the run, go and try and like put the hood back up.
Yeah, he Zake would turn and stumble. He'd catch himself quickly, and he'd be like, and he'd turn and you could go, not ice, not ice.
Yeah, when you went and touched the face, you touched the silicone, which is why it had that little give, but it's cold.
Oh, that's weird as fuck.
You had I had you roll so that way you could see if you could feel the metal on the eye.
And stopped running.
Creance is gonna barrel through. And come to an eventual stop. It doesn't take as long as 3 minutes, but there's a pace slowdown.
There's a momentum.
Yeah.
So he wanders towards Creanza with Mira and Zake.
What do I know?
Potentially. And sort of walks around Creanza, takes a circuit around the huge hulking form, and has a good old look, and really sort of takes it in and sees the pipes, sees the metal, looks at the blue eyes, and says, "That's it's an interesting get up, Creanza. You've always been like that."
If Panic could have a look, there's some of it there. And Krantz will speak out. They know about us. Not gonna ask a question, but goes to grab something inside the cloak and is gonna put a hand around a hand axe.
Mm-hmm. And you weren't asking a question?
No.
Okay.
So Pen would probably notice some ruffling under the cloak. Does Penn notice the ruffling under the cloak?
Yeah, it's not being hidden. It's like the hand is
Right,
out
yeah.
and everything,
So
and
he
it's like
takes a step back and sort of holds his hand out. He goes, easy, easy. I know that you're a private type. We all seem to be getting along all right. So if you don't want me to ask any questions, you can just nod and you can stick your hood up and we'll say no more about it. But if you want to talk and you want to tell me whether you've always been like that, be my guest. Doesn't reach for a weapon.
Kind of standing a little bit to the back, just watching everything intently.
do we trust them?
I trust you. He'd say totally
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Crianza, you get the feeling of cold and warm that is inside of you that would normally depict some type of answer or feeling from your ally.
Mm-hmm.
And as it begins, it is unsettling. It is back and forth. And just suddenly, you all see the eyes flash blue. And Crianza, your mind is no longer here.
Oh!
Shit.
Crianza, your mind is in a room. A cluttered room. A somewhat familiar old room. There is a person here. Their voice is not quite to you. It is echoes of a time. It is echoes coming from... You can't tell if you are speaking this to you. Like, if you are honestly speaking this out loud, and you're the one saying it, or if it's something in your mind. But you hear, essentially, a voice. Detail. You know in this memory, this dream, this sensation, you're not awake. So how are you hearing this? But you are not awake. But you hear the voice regardless at this time. You hear... I don't know what people will think of you in this. We have to be careful. I'm not sure it could mean so much for everything. Don't know what will happen if certain people find you. They'll be awestruck. But awestruck they will be. And then it fades. And you find yourself being all around you with your comrades on this road once again. And you feel the warm sensation come up to your left shoulder of your ally saying, yes, I think we have to trust them.
There'll be a nod just in general from Crianza. A little bit of a head turn and everything. Confusion. Looks back at Penn. My whole life, yes.
Zake would look at Penn and be like, have you been like that your whole life?
Yeah, pal. About yourself.
He'd pause, look down, and be like, I was smaller.
Right. Less airy and stuff. I get you.
He'd turn back to Crianza and just listen.
Penn would just exasperatedly pull his gaze away from Zake. Look back at Crianza and go, alright, thank you for answering my question, Crianza. Now, thank you for showing us, even though it was an accident. Do you want to pull your hood back up, or are you happy with it down? Like,
The hood will immediately go back up.
yeah, he's still got his hand out, and he's still tensed. And you're fumbling around under that cloak. Are we good here?
Yeah, there's kind of like a look down at the cloak, and the hand comes out, looks at the hand a bit.
Penn seeing that,
I don't know, like
'cause
rings.
he's got his hand up in front of Crianza. He actually moves his hand down into like a handshake, and just holds it there in front of Crianza?
They'll wring their hands for a second and then go down and shake Pen's hand. It's not hot. It's not cold. It just is. Little squish, not too much.
And Pen will just maintain eye contact, nod, grunt, let go of the hand, and go, alright, are we going or what? Are we going to continue fucking about?
Ready? I believe.
While we're stopped, Zake is going to look around for a crow.
Make a perception check.
God, you know I'm bad at these. Why would anyone... A natural 20!
You asked for it! Hey!
Natural 20?
Yep.
Gives that bird.
You don't see any crows. You do not see any birds at the moment. You all are out kind of in the middle of the field at the moment. You see nothing, but then something catches your eye in the distance. Heading from west... Wait, I think it's west to east, if I remember correctly. You see heading from the west, heading east, a small dot in the sky. It is strange. You guys are a way out. You guys have been going for a little while. You can barely make sense of what it is. You shouldn't even have been able to notice what this was. It was so far in the distance in the blue sky. There's something there in the air. It's strange. It's too hard to make out now, but with that perception check, as if it starts getting closer, you'll be able to see it. But no crows.
Oh, from more west from us?
Yeah, it's just heading from west to east on the map, as you all are heading southwest. You see it just in the distance in the sky.
Okay.
Will it, so on our current trajectory, will it won't really come closer to us then, will it? If it's heading east, like it's gonna...
Pass us?
Let me check my map. Let me be sure of where it's coming from.
Yeah, like in terms of, sorry, let me phrase that into a question. So in terms of, could we maneuver to discreetly get where we'll get a better look at it? Or
you might be able to. It will kind of pass you guys from where it is, actually. It will kind of pass you all. However, if you'd like to remain... One thing you do notice, Ake, whatever it is coming closer and closer with speed. It still might be 20 minutes before it comes over you all. Whatever it is. But you all could, when it gets closer, if you notify your allies, you could try and hide from it. They will kind of pass over your direction. It is essentially like this. And it's moving a lot faster than you all are. So it will somewhat... You might be able to get under its trajectory, but it'll still be over you all. It's pretty high up.
Yeah, he'd whistle, and he'd say... He'd, like, snap his fingers and point. He'd say...
You all can barely see it.
There's something... I don't know if it's coming for us or what, but... I can't make out if it's a crow. Or, one of those stone thingies, so... We want to keep walking, or we want to not?
One thing you do notice, it must be big. If it's visible at that distance, it's got to be big.
Yeah. He's like, I don't think it's a crow.
Is there anything around us in the plains to, like, hide behind, whether it be, like, a hill or...
There's little hills and divots, especially if you guys eventually go off the road. You're still on the road right now, but there are definitely little hills here, because you're still on the outskirts of the light-held field, so definitely it's rolling hills at the moment.
No trees in the area?
Scattered. There's little bits of trees, definitely. Not thick forestry, but there are little clumps of trees scattered throughout the area, for sure. Rarer, but possible. You'll find little clumps.
Do we want to stay here? You can hide over by the tree.
I'll do whatever you all think's best.
fucking hate being out in the open. Come on, let's head for some cover.
Yeah, he'd follow.
You all heading under a clump of trees?
Yep.
Okay.
So, how far away is that thing? I can't see it as well as you can. Is it moving closer?
Oh yeah, it's moving closer, and it's moving closer fast.
Right.
Much faster than we. If we start bolting, maybe, but it's gonna catch up.
No, you know it's about 20 minutes out.
Oh, he
Yeah,
knows?
so
Oh,
we
yeah,
get-
20 minutes out.
With that perception check, for sure, it's like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You could guess.
He'd tell him that, yeah. He's like, 20 minutes.
All right. Is there? So sorry, we're in a field, are we? We're in open ground with some hills and stuff. Is it dotted trees or is there more?
Yeah, there's little dots of like
thickets.
not really thickets. Every once in a while, it's like a clump of 2 to 3 trees, and it's mostly fields in this area. You haven't got too far away from Balmoral.
Do we need to know what this is?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure now that we've seen it. I mean, seems a bit foolhardy to just keep running on in the open.
That's 20 minutes we're losing.
Can we? How about we just sort of keep going? But once we figure, like 10 minutes or so, once we figure the thing might be able to see us, we dive into under some other trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
What do you reckon, Zach?
He'd shrug and he's like, I don't know if it can already see us. So we have no idea what it is, so I'll follow your lead, because he'd just shrug. He'd have no idea.
Fucking hate being out on open ground. Alright, nah, fuck it. Let's just be on the safe side. We'll go under these trees here. Just park up for a bit.
Okay. You all begin to wait. Would you like to roll stealth? Just kind of make sure you're underneath the trees properly.
Ah.
For sure. Everybody roll stealth.
Dirty 20.
30-20.
19.
19.
Solid 7. Solid.
3.
Told
And
you guys
Mira?
I'm sneaky.
Yeah. Mira?
3.
3? Okay. Not the big. It isn't the biggest cluster, but you all are waiting nonetheless, keeping an eye out. Zake, you can see it better than anyone. You have pinpointed it down, and you're able to track it. You all can see the dot as it gets closer. 5 minutes pass, you all see the dot. Zake, you start to see it take form at 5 minutes. By 10 minutes, you all begin to see it slowly take form as well. It's quite large. And then, around the 12-minute mark, you begin to make form of it, Zake, first. You essentially, it's strange. It's almost like a dream at first of what you are seeing. You also see things are coming off of it, hanging, whatever it is, small little multicolored rectangles. And as it gets closer and closer, whatever worry may have been there might, for depending on each of you, might begin to pass as you begin to realize what this is. And I don't know if any of you all have been, you all know of these, but I don't know if any of you all have seen one. You begin to see in the sky, soaring, slowly it looks like, but you can imagine it's going quite quickly, a massive galleon ship with long, white papery wings on either side and on the back, like a fishtail. It is an airship, one of the few in Doloris.
Oh.
Definitely over a shawl.
Zake would... Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
The moment he saw an airship, he would turn and go, we need to go now.
Like bad go?
What is
Or?
it?
I think it's the Harbingers, and I think they're moving quickly. Like, that's his first fucking thought. He's like, they
That's
are
fair.
on it.
That's fair.
Jake, hang on. I mean, they haven't seen us, have they? Like, why are you worried about Harbingers? They're just...
Because the way that the Harbingers work, is they would rather desecrate and kill everything in sight. That's the best way to get rid of something.
That is true.
So
unless
you
we
want us to run into an open field?
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of cover around here, is there?
Zake would look conflicted but uncomfortable. And continue, sorry, Ethan.
I think I've got to be honest, lad. I mean, the easiest way to attract attention from buggers like that is to appear to be running away from them. Then you're giving them a reason to investigate you rather than just sort of sitting tight and being like gawking peasants who are watching a bloody... What the fuck is that thing?
Zake would just laugh and look at all of you, be like, Pen, do you think we look like peasants? Do you think that our group is not the one with the spotlight on them?
At that very moment, while you say that, Zake, because at this time, you see a little basket floating downwards with a little tiny parachute above it. Float and land 10 feet behind Pengelly, who you're speaking to. When you say that, he just lands in the grass.
He would look so confused. He wouldn't even be able to speak. He would just be staring through Pengelly at the thing as it lands.
Little tiny basket.
Would I see this as well?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like, oh, that's cute. Maybe maybe it's nice.
Let's go touch it.
It's just a little basket. I mean,
What is?
I'm gonna start moving towards it.
As you were walking up from the tree, is at this point, during this kind of heated conversation, you all begin to hear voices, like a crowd, lifting like voices of laughter and excitement, as the ship, the large wooden galleon of a ship with these, like I said, these white wings outstretched and the two on the back like a dolphin tail. You begin to get a closer look. And as you are approaching this basket and leaving kind of the trees which are beginning to block the ship, you hear a lot of excitement. And you look up and you see many, many, many different kinds of people leaning over the rails, just watching. They're way high, but they're getting lower, essentially. They're getting lower. And you notice the things hanging off of them, those little multicolored rectangles, kites, flapping in the wind behind them and below them, being pulled. And written on it is... It says...
It's a party bus.
Party bus. You see written on it, as if a ship would normally have a name. It says Zedel dash... I gotta find it. I've lost it. Oh, it's the greeting. You see Zedel dash greeting in this fancy calligraphy as the ship name. And you see all kinds of people, families, whatnot. You can't make out the exact features of them, but you see them all leaning over. And just watching. Not looking at you, just looking at the fields.
Zake would pause and turn around like, it's not the Harbingers. And he'd smile.
Mira, do you go over to the little basket that was dropped by the little parachute? You open it. You open it, you see like a little blanket on this little tiny basket. You flap it open and there's just a note that says, to the people having a picnic under the tree. And it is blueberry muffins.
Oh! I'm gonna hold them up and be like, they left us muffins.
Zake would go,
up there,
huzzah!
You guys.
They think we're having a picnic.
For anybody who would know, about these things, it really depends. I would say, Karanza, you probably wouldn't. Mira, I think you would. Maybe Pengelly, Zake. I don't know if you would. You would know. Everyone would know of airships, of them being a very rare thing. But Mira and Pengelly being in a shawl more, in the Republic more. That's why I say not Zake, because you're from the Dominion. You you all know that Ashal doesn't have many airships. However, the one docking place for them for trade and for travel, when they do come around from other continents, they land in Beaucaster. Beaucaster has the only airship port in Ashal.
Right. Okay, so it's heading for Beaucaster.
It seems to be heading that way, and based on what you all see, it is a bunch of excited people who have probably been on there for a little while, and they are excited because they'll probably be arriving in Beaucaster within the next couple of within the next couple of hours because it's heading quite quickly, and they are getting ready, and they're like, get people on a plane. They're excited to land and see their new place, and this one seems to be coming from Zadil.
Pen will give Zake a withering look and a shake of the head, and he goes, "There's your bloody harbingers," and he'll just turn around and trudge off the way that they were going.
Gonna wave at the people.
No, you can't tell if anyone seems to wave back. You all are small, but you know it's a good feeling knowing that someone up there was able to see you and bring down a gift.
Zake would follow Pen, confused, like, "Those aren't harbingers. Do you know that they're not now? They don't give you muffins." And he would be so serious.
Oh, sweet boy.
Yeah.
Poor Pen.
Such a dickhead.
But yeah, that's the sight, and you see the kites are flowing as the airship keeps heading further and further past you all, with the crowd chattering on their way to their destination. A rare sight to see.
Lovely. I like the kites. Nice touch.
Yeah. You'll head on.
We do.
I'm gonna start happily walking behind them, holding the muffins.
Milky sounds so exhausted. We do.
Let's keep going.
That was one of the random encounters that could have happened with one of the airships.
Oh, no, I apologize. It was lovely.
It was so awesome. And
I was wondering if it would instill fear in you all or not in the tension, but the world keeps moving on, regardless of your all's.
I love it.
Do we? Is it? Everyone would know about harbingers? Is that the?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, probably not Crianza, if you say no. The rest of you would. Mira and Pengeli would more than Zake. Zake, for you have heard more stories of them, and that's probably what has tempered your opinion on them more.
I was just about to say, yeah, like that's especially being like from where he is, like so close to the Deadlands. Like I just assumed that he's heard, like that they just wipe out things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about the Harbingers is they're not actually in the Dominion, so you've probably heard them at a distance, like heard stories about them. They only operate in the Republic, which you all are in now.
Love it.
Yeah. They don't function down in the Dominion. They are basically the Crown's Guard of the Council of Ashal, which is the northern part of. It's all but that little. The Dominion is only the smaller part, the very southern part of it. But you know, Zeke, that they have come down before. They don't have operations in the Dominion, but they have, and they only come down to the Dominion when the Dominion and the Republic are dealing. When the Dominion is dealing with something bad enough to need them there. And for most of that time, they do come in. From what you know, Zeke, you've heard stories of them coming in and hit first, figure out other shit later.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Definitely for the Dominion, because it's seeing as, this other country's guards are coming down here and dealing with our problems in the not greatest way.
Oh. Whenever they've been mentioned, I'd always assumed it's like Interpol, right? They're like the central investigative policing guarding unit.
Kind of. Especially for Penn and Mira, who live in the Republic and have been here for a lot longer. You all have heard different opinions. That's for your own opinions to be formed. They're not that organized. They are very much soldiers and paladins and that. Less of investigation stuff. They're very much a force rather than an investigation. They can do some investigation, but they are meant to do more investigation, but the way they've been done, it's very much more of a force. So people either like them or not. People view them as heroes, the protectors. They are set up as city guards in the major cities, and they will move to smaller places when things are needed. People have different opinions of them. Sometimes they do really well, but some people, like Zake's opinions from down in the Dominion, some people share those of they're not gentle. Sometimes people have
I think Penn's instinct anyway was they're not exactly dangerous, but it's just smart to not to keep your distance and not really get involved with them if you can help it.
Yeah. For anybody who's taken a history class without a role, they were originally started way back in the day as it was a clergy to Bahamut, the dragon god of justice and protection. They started as that, as a single-minded guild, and they got so big over the centuries that when the Republic was reformed and went from empire to republic and council, that was a long time ago. They basically adopted the Harbingers Guild and made it the Crown's Guard. So they used to be a lot more of noble heroes back in the day, and now they're much more official big city guards, essentially, and armies. So they've definitely changed over the years. That's where their opinions also matter, and change over the centuries. They're interesting, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So don't run from them, because that's an obvious way to get them to be interested in you. You divvy.
Yeah,
possibly. Yeah.
Totally not the group of 4 that look like a group of heroes. Totally not that.
Yeah. One other thing about the Harbingers is, while each town has its own, and each city still has its own set of guards, like the Beaucaster guards, the Aerith guards. The Aerith guards do not have jurisdiction in the Beaucaster guards, etc. The Harbingers can operate anywhere they want in the Republic.
Cool.
They can be sent anywhere to Nook and Cranny. They cannot function down in the Dominion without an agreement with the Dominion and the Republic. That's one thing about them, just to set it all clear. But yeah. You all continue on. After that, probably once in a lifetime experience, unless you live in Beaucaster, etc. They don't travel over Ashal very much. Especially not from this way. They're usually merchant ships, and there's not many airships. If anybody would like to make a history roll about airships, if you think you would know more about them, just for another information about them. Does anybody want to?
21.
2? You're not sure. You know of them, and you know what I've told you, but not the nitty gritty. 21 for you?
Mm-hmm.
You know that airships are a recent thing in the last 50-ish years. They are new. They were made and crafted and invented in Cavamoira. You're not sure where you know this information, but you recall it. You know that there is an element that is found naturally in Cavamoira, the Cavamoira archipelago, and that's where they are crafted and distributed out. So they have jurisdiction over all airships, and they have begun to work with other countries over the years to form a flight pattern. Rare. There's not many of them, but there are some. Definitely rare for travelers to use them. It's usually used for merchants.
So they've come about in my time, though.
Yes, definitely not before it. And one other thing about it, another reason they are rare, and that this is such an interesting sight, airships can only make, because of the broom, the out in the middle of nowhere, where civilization does not exist, the broom is stronger. That is the fabric and tissue between the worlds. If you pass through that, it can eat away at your mind and make you lose your memories. It can make you mad. Mm-hmm. Airship workers, they're only able to make so many trips across the ocean on airships a year. They can only have a few, and then they have to get new workers, because if you go through so many, you will begin to lose your mind. So they're a rare thing. They are scheduled, very closely operated program, essentially. So it's interesting that you all saw one over the light-held fields in Ashal. That's the backup and context of it. A little bit of world building there. Hope it didn't bore you, but it's there nonetheless. And you all are free to keep going. Sorry for my lecture, but
it's not a lecture. It was so good. Stop it.
I apologize. I love it. Stop being sorry for cool stuff.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I just want to make sure it's not boring. But a little bit of world building there.
We're all nerds. I love it.
But you all keep going nonetheless, as it gets further and further in distance, as it's getting lower and lower too, as it's nearing Beaucaster, the distance.
Could we make a presumption on where that one might have been coming from? Like, we know it's going to Beaucaster, and it was coming from the west. Is there any sort of knowledge of a particular city or particular area out to the west?
Yes.
I suppose it would be the northwest, wouldn't it?
It's actually pretty much the west. It had Zadel written on it, and Zadel is the sister continent to Ashal. It is the continent to the east, a smaller continent. It's mostly wildlands.
Oh, right. It's actually come across the ocean of ash.
Yes, it's come across the ocean. It's come from Zadel, and what'd you say, Tara?
It's come across the ocean.
Oh, yes, yeah. And for those of you in the Republic who would know this information, even if you don't know, you can probably assume it might be coming from Vrooston, the capital of Zadel, the other country continent to the west.
Vrooston.
Vrooston, yes. It has Zadel written on it, and knowing that airships are very rare, it's probably coming from the capital. Most likely. You don't know that for sure. Actually, Mira, with your check, you would know that for sure. Pengelly, you're assuming. Yeah, it'd be coming from the capital. Yeah.
Thank you. Cool.
No worries. And you all continue on. As you all are traveling, your feet get tired. It's hours. Are you all going nonstop? Anything you want to do on the way?
I'm gonna pass out the muffins after a bit.
Mm-hmm. They're warm.
How's that wiggly stick going, Mira?
Done good.
Then make another spellcasting check.
That's 14.
14. You are able to, for a minute it drags, but you were able to keep it going in the direction that you need to go in.
Yeah,
it is loose.
We're
it is, yeah, it's very temperamental, but you're able to keep it in track. Hours head on. You're still looking, hoping that, because you don't know how far it is. You're hoping you'll come across it. You're hoping. And on the way, as you eventually head off the road properly, at least stray more and more away from it, you all see where you're walking out in this field, not too far from the road, the end of it from this direction, because you're heading more, you're heading southwest, so you're heading off the road completely. You see a large stump out here in the middle of nowhere where no big trees like this lie. As you begin to pass it, because you have to walk past that way, you all see that in this stump, there is actually a tiny little trapdoor in the middle of it. Very small. You couldn't climb through it or anything, but it's a little trapdoor that's not locked. Do you ignore it, or do you open it?
Anybody want to open it?
Hold on. Hold on.
Right, I'm just gonna keep going unless people are.
I was just about to say, are people stopping for the random trapdoor?
I am.
That's you all. You all can ignore it or stop.
Yeah.
Zeke looks at the three of them. No one's making a move for it. He goes, "Oh bloody hell!" and he sets Tax down on the floor and he wanders over to inspect the trapdoor.
Yeah, Zeke is eating pickled eggs right now, and he looks really confused why we've stopped moving.
Alright, do you want to open the door, Pingilly?
Yeah.
You, easily enough, it's worn, it has been worn from the rain, it is old, and it's strange to finding a trapdoor in a stump. You open it up, and you see this little carved out center in this. And this tells you, you've seen a few of these in your travels, but not too many. This is a geocache. There are little knickknacks in here. There are a couple daggers. There is little bags of things. Little jewels, little tiny jewels. There is little drawings in here. And there's written in here says, take something, leave something. It's a geocache. Ah, sweet coins.
Yeah. Zeke would wander over and look. He would slowly take one of his hand axes and toss it in and say, who wants what?
Well, let's take a little peek-see.
There's some drawings.
Yep, the drawings, currently, some of them are stick figures, while some of them are well done, and some of them are of a little watercolor painting of what seems to be, Pengelly, you would recognize, the city of Aerith. To the west, it is a yellow brick city, straight out of what would be a desert. but it is here in a shawl. You know that this is a watercolor drawing of that. You find the cabin in the woods. you find little stick figure drawings and essentially a drawing of what seems to be a generic city. You're not even sure what it is. It is like an abstract little doodle.
And then there's a couple of daggers, you say?
Yeah, a couple of. One is more like a pocket knife, while the other is this very. It's not intricate per se, but the end of it is woven with gray strappings, like have woven into a handle. You find, like I said, a little bit of jewels, nothing big. You're not even sure if they're real little gems. You find little sacks of things, and if you were to open them up, you find little bits. You find in one little tiny sack, you see it is sand in it, and written on the side and tied to it says "From the beaches of Tavalis," which knows the capital of Ashal. In another bag, you find essentially seashells and clams, just little bits of them, and it says just simply Cavamoira. And another piece is essentially a little vial of water, and written on it says ice from the Deadlands and the Dominion.
I'm going to. Pen is going to chuck a gold piece, a silver piece, and a copper piece into there. But is not gonna remove. Maybe he'll take the abstract drawing of the city. Actually, quite like the look of it.
Yeah, you can't tell what city it is, but it's nice either way. You take that. Anybody else want to take anything?
I'm going to
pop detect magic and scan.
Detect magic?
Yeah.
Yeah, you blink around and look in there, and I believe there's nothing magical in here. There seems to be simple items from people that they have collected on their travels. Nothing seems to glow.
No, I wouldn't need anything else besides really the pearl, but I don't think that there's going to be one in there.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation.
As you look through the
17.
stuff on the Cavamoira. Funny enough, you find the tiniest little white little bead.
Aw, itty bitty.
That's in there with the seashells.
Boop.
You think that might be a pearl?
Cool. Pocket it.
There you go.
I'm going to add a drawing of a landscape from my bag, and I'm going to take the watercolor of Aerith.
Okay. What kind of landscape is your drawing?
It's one with like forests in the background, and it's like escaping. What's it called? Like flat land that's kind of like rolling hills, and you can see the trees in the distance, and it's very sunny. It's the light-held fields.
Nice. You put that in. Is that all you all are taking?
Zake will reach in, because he already tossed the hand axe in, reach in and grab something random and just put it in his satchel without even thinking about it. And you, as the GM, can just let me know what that is.
Roll d10, please.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to put something in there. I'm going to shuffle around and put in a silver coin. It's not like money, monetary-wise, but it's just a circular silver coin.
Okay. You're putting that in? Nice. What you find, what'd you roll?
6.
6? You find this little straw and twine doll, and the hair looks to be reddish humanoid hair that has been strung on it.
Ooh.
And a little smiley face is painted on. That's what you grab. You reach deep in there and pull that out.
That's creepy as shit. Thank you.
Yep. You rolled it.
It's your own fault.
Right?
Mm-hmm. That's what you grab. You all heading up?
Yeah.
All right. You all continue for the rest of the day. A few more hours of walking. Sorry if it's slow, but I was flavoring the travel.
Apologizing.
I can't help it.
It's so good.
You found a geocache. I love geocaches. Alrighty. You all continue on, determined, finding little peaceful things, but reminded of the determination of where you all are going. And you're heading on. You head on for... Let me really quick check where you all are going. It is... Currently... How long would you all go in the day, first of all? Just so I know. How long would you all set out on this day? Like, how long are you willing to go? Would you stop at nightfall? I'm not saying it has to
say as long as it takes, but I think that we would stop and make a fire and camp. I mean, Penn can do all of that. So,
Like, have we gotten to the forest or anything? Are we still in the plains?
Definitely not to the forest. The reason I ask is because depending on what spellcasting check you make, you will get there before nightfall. You're almost there, but I wanted to make sure you wouldn't be like, "Oh, we're going to stop in the next hour." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to make sure that. If you're going to keep going until nightfall, then Mira, would you make another check, please?
Mm-hmm. That's a 12.
12?
Mm-hmm.
You head on. A little bit misguided. Sorry, I had to do some math. Forgive me. You head on. You lose track of it, but you think you've got it every once in a while. You head on. It's a few more hours. It's around... You started in the morning around 10 a.m., and it is around... It is probably around 7 in the afternoon now. Do you all continue?
Is the light starting to go down? And I'm gonna look at towards the humans of the group, humanish people, and see how they're holding.
Yeah, it gets nightfall around 9 to 10. By the way,
Penn can still go. His main concern obviously would be visibility, but it's not the first time he's been in this situation, and Tat has got night vision. He's aware that Zake also does, and that the other two don't sleep. So I think he would intend to keep walking until one of the others suggested that they stop. Like he's been on campaign. He knows that you just sort of put your head down and you keep on trudging.
Yeah.
Zake is watching Penn. Zake essentially is watching Penn for any signs of exhaustion or like that he needs to stop.
I will say one thing. Just because you guys don't sleep, you still can get exhausted.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing to note.
Yeah.
How are we feeling at that point then?
Feeling good. You could go on
Feeling
until
good?
A little bit after. You could pretty much go late into the night.
Let's keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, Penn will keep going until the point where he realizes he needs to at least sleep for a few hours.
Yeah.
Because that's what's sensible. But he's a soldier guy. So
Gotcha.
He knows his limits.
And Zake is continuing to look for birds.
Make a perception check.
Oh, fuck.
And Mira, you make a spellcasting ability check as we're heading on through this.
Natural 20.
Birds exist? What?
I fucking love that. Every time. So,
No birds.
like a general direction, are we going down like this way? What is the...
So, interesting enough, you've started this way, right?
Yeah.
You've gone this way, and then Mira has started leading you more this way.
Oh, interesting.
And with that natural 20, Mira, you all are walking. It's about 8:30 p.m. and you realize it is tugging you back this way. You are now, it has a stronger grip. It seems with that last roll, it has been misguided. You have been heading a little bit off path.
When I start realizing we're heading the wrong way and start turning towards the other direction, I'm gonna be like, oh, the stick got confused.
Brilliant.
We're going this way now.
All right. As it's coming, it becomes 9 o'clock. It becomes 10 o'clock. You're still going. You're still going. You're on the right track with the natural 20. It becomes 11. It becomes midnight. You all keep pressing on. It is getting late.
At this point, midnight, Pen will go, alright, I need to grab a few hours of shut-eye. Hang on, I'll just whip up a fire for you. Just, you see those, the rock and the bushes over there? Just head over that way. And he goes over, he finds a sensible cleft within the shelter of the rocks to make a discreetly small fire. And he grabs some of his rations, feeds it to him and Tax, and sort of sits down and gets ready to nod off.
Noted. You all.
I'm going to set up alarm around us.
How's it look like when you do that?
I don't have that spell written down. Hang on.
No worries. You can just cast it anyway. You no need to describe it if you don't wish.
So I'm just gonna kind of take my book out and hold it in one hand, and then just be like drawing a line in the air. Just a red line. My finger walking around where we're sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And then just when I come to the end of it, it's like a pair of scissors just come and snip it, and then it ties together and disappears.
I love it. All right. You all set your alarm. You bed down, and you all rest for the night?
Just before we fall asleep, actually, because Pen's watched Take sort of every so often as we're walking, checking for birds and whatnot, as Pen has been doing more discreetly anyway. And he glances at Take, and then very discreetly casts Thaumaturgy and makes the sound of a bird tweeting appear the other side of the rock behind Zake.
So mean. Oh my god.
And then like rolls over grinning, as if he's gonna go to sleep.
How do you react, Zake?
Oh, you know, Zake would perk and honestly go look for it. He'd be like, Alfor, come here.
Yeah, you're in like the outskirts of the camp going. As Mira, as you're laying down, getting relaxed, you hear as Zake trips over the alarm surrounding the camp. Whether out loud or in your head, it was your choice. Would the alarm been out loud or in your head?
It would have been out loud.
What does it sound like as the alarm, as Zake trips over as he's going into the outskirts going, bird.
This is the sound of like just a high pitched like just bell that's like ding 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 ding.
Yeah.
What's hilarious is Zake would instantly go defensive, take out swords like, who's here?
Pulls out the sword and shield.
So ready.
So, and meanwhile, Tax is like crawled up on the rocks because he understood what Pen was doing, and it's just
light gets cast.
And Pen's just like trying his hardest not to laugh, and his like shoulders are shaking.
Swords come out, light gets cast, people on the defense.
Everybody's standing up in battle stance.
Yeah. And then you realize that Zake is just over the edge of the alarm boundaries.
Zake would look confused. He would have no idea. He had never seen this fucking spell.
Pen hasn't moved a muscle because he has. He used that spell and he knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
You went over the line.
He'd look down and be like, oh. He'd step back. go. Okay, that's what that is. Yeah. He'd slowly sheath everything.
Funny enough, when the alarms went off, trees nearby, birds just fly out of it like a dozen of them.
He'd be like, shit.
Yep.
Yeah, he'd go in.
Gotta love magic.
Love it. Thaumaturgy is the greatest gift D&D has given me.
It is.
I love it so much.
Bad.
Oh man, so good.
So when we're like a little thicket right now?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Ish.
A little bit, because you're off nowhere near roads, you're heading
Yeah.
off. Yeah, you're in your own little place.
I'm gonna have Creonso post up near the alarm place, and just look out and scan for the night and be the watch.
Okay.
And then at some point, like the hood'll come off. There's like a rub to the hair that's on top. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Give me a general perception check, because you're watching out into the night. Moonlight, no clouds, so there's plenty of light.
9. Can't see
9?
shit.
Yeah, you're watching. You're seeing.
Yeah.
All right. The night goes on. You all awaken, and you begin back on your journey.
Before everybody else wakes up, I'm going to start a drawing of the area.
All right. Of the.
And Pen wakes up to find Mira drawing, and Tax is still sleeping. So he grabs his bow and stands on top of the rock and has a good look around to see if there's anything he can hunt. Any little animals of any sort.
Make me a survival check, if you would.
24.
Yes, very much. What you find here, actually grazing in a little bit of a distance, not too far away in the distance here, you find what seems to be about 4 or 5 deer grazing and eating as they go.
Okay, so he 4 or 5. He'll choose whatever. It'll be the adult ones, and if there's a couple of males and 3 females or whatever, he'll take it to balance the herd, because he's onto it like that. So he won't kill the only doe of the group, for instance. But he'll take a shot with the bow and kill it painlessly and deftly, and he'll trot over and grab it and bring it back, and then stoke the fire up a bit bigger and start to take the skin off and butcher the meat.
Easy enough for you.
Yeah,
you've done this enough. It is easy enough for you. It is trivial, and it's good. It's getting back into a routine you haven't done in a while.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, the moment that Zake hears cutting of skin, he is gonna wake up. He's gonna lift his head, see what Pen is doing, and go, shift to the side and go right back to fucking sleep.
Grumpily.
Oh yes.
So Pen notices this and just notes it down.
Yeah. Oh no. Fuel for the fire.
Fuck.
and then he very delicately, actually, and almost ceremoniously, he cuts the liver out of the dough, and on the end of his knife he just sort of holds it up without even looking, knowing that Tax is gonna sort of scamper over and grab it gratefully off of the knife.
Does so. Yeah, you prepare a nice little breakfast.
Yeah, cook it up for everyone. Wrap up the remaining meat in like a waxy cloth.
I love it. We do have a lot of roles filled in this party. It's really nice. Everybody's got their own little things. All right. Yeah, as this happens, you all begin to awaken, or at least start moving from your decomposed selves, and you all can share breakfast. And if I go too fast and you all want to roleplay, just
can
pop me.
share a breakfast.
Yeah.
The other two can.
3 to Taxes.
Unless Zeke doesn't have any of that.
Oh no, yeah, no, oh no, he'd even happily cook it if Penn didn't. I don't know.
No, Penn's cooked more than enough. Like Zake's just, Zake. Tax has just eaten as much as he can possibly fit in, and then whatever's remaining, Penn will have a couple of cuts of meat for himself and Zake, cooked up and prepared, and then he'll have done what he can to preserve the rest of the meat for later.
Zake would move to see if he has any mushrooms, but realizing all the mushrooms are gone, he would literally just look at the steak sadly and eat it with like this somber expression as he does.
Oh no, he got rid of his mushrooms. I love it. Yeah, you all can enjoy a breakfast. This is I believe this is the beginning of your 4th day together. I believe.
Holy shit, just 4 days, imagine.
Yeah, because the first night you met, the second day was the heist, the third day you left Balmoral, and the 4th day is...
Today,
if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, note that down. You all head back on your journey. Mm-hmm.
Can we have a cup of tea? Cup of tea?
Sure.
Break?
Sounds good with me.
At the beginning of the day? Also,
Sure.
I have a question. Like, as we're traveling like this, can we state like a general intention for the day? For instance, like if Penn wanted to have like a general lookout for mushrooms and whatnot to discreetly grab them as they're going, if he sees any growing,
For sure.
he
For
can
sure.
sort of say that at the beginning of the day, and cool.
Yeah, certainly.
Because you've
That's
said
the way to do it.
general perception a few times. So what does that actually mean? Like
for me, it's just I don't want to make you guys roll over and over and over. So if you're like you keeping an eye out for the bird, it's a general perception check throughout the evening for a while. It's you're just keeping an eye out throughout the evening rather than me making you roll it every time you go to look.
Okay, but it's not a number. It's not like because my perception is +5. So would that mean that Penn's general perception is quite good, or would he just have generic general perception? He's keeping an eye out.
For me, it's just lessening your rolls. It's just making one perception check that lasts hours for me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Do
you have like passive perceptions and stuff?
Yeah, I certainly do those as well. I don't use passive as much as some DMs do because because then people notice things all the time or never notice any things, and that's a little unfun. Because passive, something you all know need to know is on your left over there you have passive insight and passive perception, and that's your constant perception. I don't rely on it as much as the rules do, because then if you have a shit passive perception, you will never see anything. I like to roll for it a lot of times because I like to think that there's at least a chance. I use passive perception, say if someone's sneaking up on you and you all aren't actively looking out, I will refer to your passive perception and have them roll stealth against that. You know what I mean?
You're constantly looking at what ours are anyway.
It's less of something you have to worry about and more of me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lastly, I've got just one more question. So let's say, for instance, there was a roll that someone made. I think it might have been investigation or perception. It was Zake's one too. For the birds. And is it not the polite thing? Like, Penn's got amazing perception, right? So is it not the polite thing if a person on your party does a perception roll for something to then go, oh, can I then do a perception roll because mine will probably be better? Like, I've gathered that that's just generally not something that you do. Is that correct?
It really depends on the situation. Say if someone's trying to break down a door and someone who's obviously weaker tries it and fails, and you could be like, I'm a little stronger, I'll give it a shot. Maybe you've worn it down. That's something that you could definitely be like, I'll give it a second shot.
Right.
You know,
so
you failed.
Like Penn trying to open the puzzle box thing. If Zake, when like Penn has miserably failed and messed it up, and Zake could have feasibly gone, oh, puzzles, I like puzzles, and then had a go. But
yeah, you could definitely let him have a go for sure. Like you can, if you're like, this is too frustrating, you have a go at it. I'm not in the right mind to do it right now, for sure.
It's one of those reward for the roleplay things, right? Like if there's a feasible reason that someone else would then have a go at something.
Just think if it makes sense.
Yeah.
Something like insight check wouldn't make sense at all because you wouldn't know that you didn't pick up on a lie. That wouldn't make sense. Perception is really dependent. If that person, says, and they're obviously keeping a lookout, like, hey, I'm going to keep a lookout for this bird, and eventually they're like, I don't see it. You could be like, let me see if they just missed it. Perception's more specific, if that makes sense.
Yeah, especially because you would see Zake looking around, like that would be him. So Penn going, what the fuck is he looking for? That makes sense for you to also roll that. But like, if I'm going, do I know this from, you know, the faith of my god? Obviously you wouldn't roll it, even if you know you would have a better roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really just makes sense. Also, with the door analogy as well, say the strongest person goes first, and they fail, it probably wouldn't make sense for Mira to come and be like, I'll give it a go. You know what I mean? Just because, the strongest person tried and failed. Yeah, logically, you wouldn't think, because that's a little bit of like power gaming at that point of saying, the strongest person failed, let me go. It just makes sense. Like, if the strongest person can do it, then I probably can't.
You probably
It's just,
can't do it.
It's just reading the room.
Every time since that GIF, every time anyone has mentioned Mira doing anything, I'm imagining that lady doing the wobbly walk.
Yeah.
I can't get out of my head.
Yeah.
That is Mira for me. Forever.
Yep.
I love
Bones cracking every once in a while.
Milky Cuppa.
Yeah,
alright, I'm going.
See
See you in a bit.
Yep.
It's break time.
Break time.
Yeah, I will be
I hope
back.
it hasn't been
break
too slow.
time. I'll be right back.
No worries.
No, it's been fucking great. Stop. Boom. Hey, I'm back.
Hello.
Hi, hello. I'm in here.
What time is it there?
4:16.
PM.
Yep.
How's the old Saturday afternoon working for you? Does it like fit in quite nicely?
No, it fits wonderfully, actually.
Cool.
Sup?
Ew.
Hello.
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 Howdy, howdy.
Hello.
Hell yes.
Are we all ready to get back in? Do I hear a guitar?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do I hear a
He's
guitar?
been serenading me while you guys are gone.
Wrote a love song.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I can only perform it in Hayden voice. Because Lauren and Hayden always had a thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Alrighty. You guys want to dive in, or?
Oh, yeah.
Dive!
No, Tara's not here.
Tara's here.
Where's Tara?
I'm here.
She said hi.
There she
You're
is.
here, hi. Oh, Tweedle Snoop. Can't do anything without Tweedle Snoop.
Oh,
Yep.
man.
I was gonna say, I saw her go in the other room. Thought she was here. Howdy, howdy. Alrighty.
Hootie.
You all wake up, enjoy your breakfast together, and are you setting back out on the trail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Mira, give me one more spellcasting check.
Oh no, I lost my die.
You lost your die?
Oh no, I gotta find it.
You have
Send
like
us
a
in the
bajillion.
Oh, I found it.
wrong direction.
There you
It's dirty 20.
go. You head on.
Nice.
It is a
I'm
few
gonna
more
have a look
hours.
for mushrooms as well, as discussed.
For sure. Make
Throughout
a
the day.
survival check. Yeah, make
Oh.
a survival.
Wrong one. Sorry, hang on. That was 17 on it. 19.
19. About 3 to 4-ish hours. Yeah. About 3 or 4 hours will continue on as you all are heading, and as you are going, you're keeping an eye out. You're looking around. You think you know how to find them, and sure enough, you find some growing on a tree. You also see in the distance, by the way, the fortune grove, quite in the distance still, but you see the fortune grove, the massive amount of trees in the distance. You all are on a little bit of a hill. Currently, there's still these little clumps of trees, and what you find growing on the side of a tree near the base of the roots, you find this mushroom that has a golden tint to it. It is white, brown, but with a golden tint in the light. And down near the stalks where it is white, and you can see the texture of it, there are as if golden little lines going up it. You know this. Roll a nature check, actually. Let's get
you
used
know
to these
this?
rolls. Yeah, we'll get used to these rolls.
God
16?
damn.
Yeah, you know your stuff. This is a mushroom native to the Light-Held Fields region. And you've spent plenty enough of time here to know. These things aren't that rare, although a lot of people don't notice the gold specking on it, basically, so they just assume them as regular mushrooms. Some of them can't be eaten, but these actually can be eaten. And they're not expensive or anything, but they're just more rare because people have to know what they're looking for. But these things taste sweet and spicy at the same time. A little bit of spice here. But they grow in the light-held fields. And when cooked over a fire and cooked the right way, you can either really exemplify that, put emphasis on the spice or the sweet. Right now, they're just it's a little mild. They're not too tasty. But with cooking, you can really spice these things up. They're used in restaurants in Aerith. And
I'm going to discreetly harvest the mushroom and any others that might be around there and tuck them in the script with Tax and say, don't bloody eat these.
Roll a persuasion check. Tax just looks at you and licks his lips as he sees them.
17.
God damn.
I know. Fine, I won't eat them. What about just a little taste? A little taste.
Seriously, Tax, fuck off.
Fine. Just hissing from the bag as he curls back in. But he watches.
But Pen does fish out another piece of meat and drop it in there.
Just goes.
Sounds like the fucking Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so just the one mushroom, or were there a cluster, or were
you
there
get a
any
little
others?
cluster. Yeah, it's about
nice.
7 to 8 little clumps of mushrooms. They're quite thick.
Perfect. Okay. And we see the Fortune Grove, do we?
Way in the distance, yeah. Way in the distance. As you're heading on track, you head on for about heading more a little bit that way. Kind of a little bit more west. Also, I don't know if you all have noticed. Do you know have you seen this on the map?
I've seen it.
Okay, yeah. Let's let you know, in case you thought they were coming from Beaucaster. You're heading the opposite way. And
that's where they're going to come from to get to Balmoral.
Yep, there are a couple Harbinger strongholds across a shawl, but that is one of them. Yeah.
Oh,
for those who know that, it is a massive fortress because they're through every city, every big city, but this is a stronghold where this is their headquarters. This is where they are. Is there? Yeah, they're 10 feet away.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, how far are they? Are they like, what is that, 100 miles, 50 miles?
I gotta pull open my other map. I gotta figure out a good way to get my other map that I've shown you all before on here. It's really tricky to set it up, which is why I haven't been able to do it yet. But let me pull open my map for me real quick on the other side. I have it. Let me look.
How big? I've got that in front of me. How big is each one of those big squares then? Is that like?
It's loosely like 150 to 200 miles.
Right,
so
okay.
it's quite a ways away.
Could well be sort of 75 to 100 miles away.
It's about 70, yeah. It'll take them about 2-ish days to get to Balmoral. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've been going sort of the same sort of distance towards Fortune Grove.
Yep.
Maybe a bit less.
Yeah. What you all find with Mira guiding the rod, Fortune Grove's quite in the distance. You're not even quite there yet. It's way in the distance. You all find these hills that are crusted together. And what you find yourself on at your feet is the remains of an old gravel path out here in the middle of nowhere. Nowhere near the trees. You were out here. I mean, there's clusters of trees here, but it's not Fortune Grove. That's still a ways away. That's way in the distance. But here you find an old gravel path with grass has almost overtaken it. And you realize the rod is taking you in that way. And it starts heading into these cluster of hills here. Some of the more prominent hills here. And you're heading between, there's a lot more trees here, little clumps. And what you find is you're guided here, since you've been rolling quite well. You find to the left and in one of these hills, it's kind of shaved off. It is as if humanity has shaved off a piece of this hill and it's just a straight, jagged off and they got rid of it. So it's basically a wall in one of these hills, like a dirt wall in grass. And you all barely see it. You almost walk right past it. If it wasn't for the tug on the rod to turn left and go towards this hill, you probably wouldn't even recognize it. You see an entrance. A tunnel, maybe? There's vines, there is greenery here, but there is also you notice, Penkelly, grass has been flattened. That this is definitely an entrance to some cave, tunnel, something, because creatures, humanoids, something has been flattening grass in and out of here. That's the only way you recognize it. What would you like to do?
Oh, well, we're here.
He's such a cutie.
Just
Are you here?
nervous.
Can I ask? So, hey, because we found this stick and a dagger and stuff like that. I mean, are we assuming that's the only way people are being turned to stone, or should we start sort of being a bit more careful and using mirrors and stuff? Because that first thing that we fought outside the tavern, like, it was the eyes, wasn't it, that was getting Zake
I
all...
think the stone creatures or people have the ability to turn us to stone now.
Alright. So, Penn will take the mirror. I think he gave everybody a mirror, right? Yeah, a steel mirror. So he's going to take the mirror and actually, like, wrap it to his forearm, his left forearm.
I like
on
it.
the top, and fix it there. And he's also just going to whisper to Tax, keep your head down, all right? Don't. Just be careful what you're looking at, pal.
He nods. This is kind of what it looks like. A lot more overgrown.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going in here, aren't we?
Yeah. It's dark in there, I'm assuming.
Seems to be. You can barely see in there, but you can assume.
Gonna cast light, just on myself, so the eyes are gonna glow brighter.
Okay.
Wash everything in a blue light.
I like it. All right. Y'all heading in? What's the marching order?
I'll go ahead and
Not
be
like
first.
to go first.
Yeah, Tax will let Crianza reluctantly, because he's annoyed that he would normally take the lead, but he can't see. So he'll let Crianza go first. And then
kind of flail and go, I can see. You don't go first. He'd point to Crianza. Say, last time you went first, you were tied up.
I can see. As I have just the blaring light
Yeah,
in
no,
front of me.
he would turn to try to, like, essentially, like, to just not snuff the light, but cover it. And he'd go, still? And he'd be staring at her.
You're also covering their eyes.
Oh, yeah. No, honestly.
Can you
see? He'd just nod and then try to get in front of Crianza.
Crianza's gonna, like, put their hand in front of Zake's face as well. Can you see?
He would confidently go, yes! In a defiant manner.
I'm gonna let him go!
He's going to sidle towards Mira, away from these two being idiots. Mira, how do you see in the dark, pal?
I don't.
All right.
What?
Alright, well, one of you two's going to have to go at the back and one of you's going to go at the front, but we've got time. We can wait for you two to, I don't know, arm wrestle over it or something.
He would turn to Penn and be like, we don't have that much time. Literally, seriously.
You can see dim light from me in a 20-foot radius. Oh, sorry. You can see light brightly for 20 feet around me, and then dim light for an additional 20 feet. So 40 feet around me.
Wait, you're glowing.
I'm glowing.
Or they were glowing, yes.
Right, you haven't given yourself night vision.
Oh, I was thinking that you had an orb.
No,
That's
they're
okay.
glowing, but
Zake
you
would
can see
still
an additional
do
20
it.
feet.
Yeah.
because you can see 60 feet, so it's up to you. You can see
Alright.
20 more feet than I can.
Listen up. That's good. I like the lighty up thing, by the way, Creanza. It's really cool. Zach, do you want to go first? I'll follow on, and then Mira, and then Creanza. You just watch her back. So.
Okay. I'll shuffle back over here.
He'd pause.
Off we go.
He'd rub his face. He'd be like, "I was wanting Creon's behind me." Okay. Oh, and he would just go for it. He's like, "Nope, I'm not."
So, yeah. So Mira and Pengelly are side by side. Creonza in the back, and then Zake up front.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Pen would make sure that he's sort of in front of Mira most of the time.
Okay, gotcha.
Very guarding.
He'd also tap Zake on the shoulder and go, "You still got that Mira, lad?" Because he remembers that Zake has been particularly doesn't give a fuck whenever he's talked about mirrors or being turned into stone, and it's really annoyed him. So are you gonna use that, pal? Come on.
He'd roll his eyes a bit, and he'd take out the mirror. He'd be like, "It works," and he would legitimately look puzzled on how he would use the mirror.
If we fight one of those bastards, look at it through the mirror instead of looking into its eyes, and you won't get turned to stone like you got turned to stone a little bit last time. Do you remember that take?
He'd look confused and be like, "It's not a glass. You can't look through it."
You look at that. Bloody hell.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Oh my god, it's what a functional party we have.
He'd kind of throw his hands up and just start walking in.
I love it. So, for the point of this arrangement, when you all get in where, feel free to roleplay going off separately and doing separate things, but when you all say get in a tight tunnel like this is what unless you all tell me, this is what I'm going to assume the order you're all in for those moments, okay? Like, doesn't mean you have to stay in this formation the whole time you're in wherever you are, but whenever you all are in like a 2x2 like walking space, I'm just going to assume it's this unless you tell me otherwise, just for reasons. All right. So you head in. You push past through the vines, which have already been slammed before. Like I said, Pengelly, you notice that there's a lot of foot traffic through here. And you head in to the quiet darkness, and the light is shedding in. Immediately from the back, casting your own shadows, since Creanza's in the back, it's casting shadows of all of your figures into here. So you see light kind of spookily dance around this cave. No, it's not a cave. It's too man-made to be a cave. You notice the gravelly powder beneath your feet. The stone walls have been chipped away. There's a large open space here with several tunnels heading onward. Something catches your eye to the right. A small ashen circle. A campfire from... until you get close enough, you don't in this dark, you don't know how fresh it is. But there's belongings, there's a bag. But you notice that this is not a cave, this is a mine. It's a mine shaft. It's abandoned. You see littered throughout. Perhaps a wooden handle sticking out of the dirt, probably broken and water damaged. An old pickaxe or other tools. You find discarded lanterns, long broken and shattered. This was a mine from ages old, essentially. Probably many decades shut down, if not longer. But it's here. And you see dark tunnels go down every direction, except the second from the left. You notice that is one that piques your interest differently. While other ones are tunnels that lead down and further in, there's about 6 of them. This here, the second one from the left, has boards, broken and smashed, laying in front of it, as if it has been smashed in recent times. The others look empty, unless you were to go down them, but you see what seems to be an old campfire to the right, and you have the light casting shadows across the room. As you enter here, your footsteps crunching on what is like kind of the gravel as it echoes throughout this chamber and down the tunnels in kind of a hollowing sound. What do you do?
Could I go over to the broken down boards and investigate and see if there's any rock dust or anything on them? Anything strange on them?
Make an investigation check. You go over to the boards and look down this dark tunnel. The light not going all the way down. It seems to go far. As you pick up the boards here, you're looking at them. These are definitely not buried at all. You find that a lot of the tools have been buried in the dust because of flooding and whatnot. These are freshly on top. And on one of them, you see like a streak of what looks like chalk almost, but it is gray stone powder.
Okay.
And these have been forced open. You can tell on the inner parts of this tunnel, you see that these boards were fastened in a rectangular shape and blocked this off for a long time. You see even plants growing on that. And it has definitely been smashed. And you're not an expert on this type of thing, but definitely not years and years ago.
Smashed in or out?
Smashed outwards into the cave where you all entered into, not down the tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I was wrong. Into the tunnel.
Into the tunnel. Okay.
Sorry, I was wrong. Yes, it has been smashed as if you were to walk towards it and to smash it inward, so they actually lay that way. Yeah. I was mistaken. And you pull it out.
Yeah, this pen's pulling both these blades as well.
Okay.
So the tunnel doesn't go downwards. This one goes straight, or it remains relatively level?
They all go pretty much downwards, including this one.
Right, okay.
This one was just seemingly the boarded up one. Yeah, the only thing in here are tools, these in that campsite to the right. That's a little bit.
Right. So Pen will just go, listen, let's be as quiet as we can, eh? I know it's not easy on this gravel, but let's at least try and be a bit stealthy.
Mm-hmm. And before we start going down there as well, I'm going to go over to the fire and...
Yeah, roll the stealth checks as you're walking over to the fire.
I'm going to go ahead and put my hand near it, see if there's any warmth coming from it. Where the fuck is stealth?
Yes.
And investigate that area.
For sure. Easy enough as you go. Oh, Mira, what was your stealth, by the way, just for reference?
17.
Okay. Wow.
I know.
As you head over,
you
put your hand near the fire, cold. This is definitely not warm. It is burned completely away. It wasn't burned and then someone had put it out. It's like whatever wood here is completely burned up as if it was left burning for too long when it did. But it looks like it hasn't been burning for days, if not longer. The area looks fresh. It's definitely not weeks or ages old. It is quite fresh, maybe a week or two, if not less.
Okay.
And you find a backpack next to it. You pick
Pop
up
that open, yeah. Gonna take a look, see.
There's also a lantern here beside of it.
Yeah, fuck that.
And it is filled with oil. So that also shows that it's fresh.
Fuck that. I'm gonna take that as well.
Nice. In the backpack, there's not much here. You find is a rolled up tent, a small one that could probably fit 2 people hanging off the back. Inside, you find a few days worth of rations, like granola and basic stuff like that, like a bottle of jam, essentially. Very stuff that won't go bad easily for travel. You find a couple water skins. One is spilled, but the other one still has water in it. You find 2 sleeping bags, and you find a notebook. You want to flip open that notebook?
Sure do.
It's very thin. But you pop it open, and it's actually all blank except for the first page. Actually, there's only 2 things here. You find on the left is a sketch of what seems to be 16, 17-year-old male tiefling. You see the horns kind of are in a ram shape as they're here, and this person is just looking off into the distance, smiling. It's a person in profile. It's a nice sketch, actually. Someone took a little bit of time to do this. Probably here at the campfire. And you see there's a note. It's just on a passage next to it on the other page. In kind of messy handwriting. Not as if it was in a hurry, but just messy. It says, "Well, Rav and I have set off. I didn't think he'd actually be brave enough to run away from his parents, but here we are. Rob was a bit worried in the beginning, but seeing that we've done well these past few days, I think he's hopeful we will do all right on our own. I'm not sure where we are headed. We've talked about continuing on west. I've heard Birdie is nice. It even has the Beam Festival every year. If we don't like it there, I think we head on towards Aerith and see how the city treats us. As long as we're together, we'll be fine wherever we are. And make an investigation check for me as you're looking at this area, surveying.
Investigation. 11.
11?
Yeah.
Honestly, you don't see too much here. You see foot traffic here, essentially. Like, there has been foot traffic. There's still prints.
Okay. I'm gonna take the jar of jam and hand it over to Penn.
It's like half-eaten. It's blueberry.
This is for Texas.
Take it. That's what Texas. Please take it.
And pouts. And then shoves it roughly into the script and goes, "No jam for old Penn, you know."
He pretty much puts his whole head in as far as he can into that jar, probably. All right.
Yeah. I'm taking that oil lantern.
Okay. Yep, you can easily stow that on you. You all heading down, or are you all doing anything else here, or communicating?
What are you guys getting ready for?
Just anything, mate. Just gotta be on our toes, right?
Sure.
Do you feel anything?
No.
Sense anything?
I don't. Nothing feels weird. It's like, in the journal and everything, there's a picture that was drawn. And then, talking about somebody who ran off. 2 of them ran off. Everything's packed here for 2 people, so I don't know what else to think about it.
Let's hope they're still fleshy and not turned to stone, eh?
Let's hope.
Yeah. It's a bit weird they left all their things.
See, there's a stick pointing it anywhere particular, Mira? Or
Is it pointing anywhere?
Go ahead and make a check for me. As you're standing in the middle of this kind of cavern mine entrance.
Uh-oh. 11.
It's not tugging anywhere.
The stick's out of juice. I don't understand.
Alright, well, Zake's out front. Off you go, lad. We're right behind you.
Leaving?
No, down the shaft.
I'm gonna get in line behind him.
Go.
Yeah. Oh God, how tight is this?
This shaft in particular is some of them vary. Some of them you can get kind of 3 people abreast, but this one is kind of 2 people side by side. You can go down.
He would not look pleased, but he'd go first.
You're the one who fucking pushed her outside of the way.
I know, it's so not too tight. Yeah, he'd walk slowly, but he'd fucking walk.
Yeah, you all could. So you basically look like that, essentially.
Yeah. Woo!
Yeah, if you hold Alt, you can actually put yourself off the grid. Yeah. Oh, real quick, one thing I found that you can do. Check this out. I'm gonna use Zake for example. If you hold somebody and then right click, and then right click, and then right click, can you all see that?
No.
Okay. If you hold your character with left.
Whoa.
Yeah, and then you right click, you can map your whole destination. You can go from this point to this point to this point, and it will map you completely.
Whoa.
Oh, that's so badass.
What?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, and did it just move you automatically too? Pen, you just zipped around there on my
Yeah,
screen.
you did.
That's so
I think this is new shit. Go! That really helps for mapping out your distance, especially if you're running in diagonals and stuff. All right.
Brilliant.
So you all are headed on. And with that, you're heading down the path. Let me read my notes. Forgive me.
How dare you read notes?
I gotta make sure I don't forget anything. All right. As you are heading along, it turns from the stone wall. You still have light up. And how long does that last? Either way, I imagine you
It
already
lasts
passed
an
it.
hour.
Yeah, you're golden. This blue light is shedding down this path from the back. So once again, eerie shadows of yourselves are cast because you all are in front.
Put the one in the back.
And the rock walls here that have vines and moisture on them, you see up ahead turn to stone wall. You walk for about 40 minutes down this mine shaft.
Jesus.
It is long. It kind of goes down and then levels back out, maybe up a little bit and then back down. For the most part, it's heading downwards slowly. But eventually you notice that the walls begin to turn to stone brick. Also, I changed the music. This one's awful quiet. So, if you didn't, yeah, just a note. Music's changed. The walls have turned to very not well put together stone brick. So in between them, you can often see dirt, or they're not even. It's more like they took rocks to make a wall here. Some of them are stone bricks, but you see dirt between. You see a spider crawl along as you head forward. This goes on for another few minutes. Probably about 4 minutes. The actual walls and a roof are here. And this is where we'll bring out our map.
Fuck.
Okay. Now, when you all put yourselves on, I'm going to hope the dynamic lighting is here. If it's not, and it doesn't work, I ask that you quickly look away as not to spoil yourself. Because that would be quite unfortunate.
Yeah. You're saying that, like, these stone bricks, they were placed there? Or, like, was this uncovered? It looks like, maybe?
What do you mean?
Like, did the mine shaft hit a dungeon? And, like, it now
seems
opens
to
up
be,
to
yes.
stone bricks. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Like, the tunnel was just, like, mined out tunnel, but now you're getting to where the walls were. It didn't, like, straight hit into a rectangle. It hit as if someone purposefully, on the end of this mine, started laying these hallway of stone bricks. You'll kind of see how it looks as well on the map.
Okay.
Classic Minecraft.
Yeah. And if you put yourselves in the very bottom left, if you would, just put yourself in the very far bottom left, and if it hopefully hope it doesn't spoil anything. Can you all see anything at all?
Nope.
Good. So yeah, bottom left if you can drag yourselves there.
Very bottom.
Fixed performance notification?
Am I in there?
Performance notification?
Yeah, it says we have detected that you may be. Oh, it's gone.
It
said something about my graphics not being right.
Was that Roll20 or something else?
Roll20, yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, what's the left?
Trey, stop! You put 7 Zakes on the board. There's like 7 of you. There's more. You put yourself everywhere.
What are you doing?
I can't see anything.
No, I just need you to drag into the left, and then I'll give you vision.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Wait, I was thinking,
oh my god! I was just
You
seeing
just
Jake
did.
pop
Have
up.
you tried turning it off and on again like 12 times?
Yeah, you just want to delete until I'm 1.
Yeah, we still need Pingelly on here. We have everybody. We have the 3 of you in Taxis. We don't have Pingelly. There you are. Okay, I got you. Now let me give you all vision. So Zake, you're up front. And then it's as you all begin to come up. By the way, you realize that you still can go by 2x2, but Zake, you hit with your passive perception. You don't notice as you're walking. You hit a pot and it smashes with your left foot.
About as stealthy as a brick through a window.
with that 3, you just clang, just smash.
Yeah, at that point, I'm gonna make sure I'm up front and I'm
Good.
prepping my shield. Like,
Yep. Let me give you all vision, really quickly.
I'm
night
actually
vision.
temporarily sheathing both my short swords and knocking an arrow to the bow.
Okay, noted.
And I'm swinging Tax's script because it usually hangs at my side under my arm, but I'm swinging it to behind me.
All right, noted. None of you have night vision, but Zake, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. But I can make
and Tax.
Yeah,
Tax
and
does.
Tax.
Not very useful.
Yep.
He'd say.
But
Go on.
I was just saying, Creon's just shedding light, so I can make you shed light. Go ahead, Zake.
Say. Yeah, y'all see the statue.
Oh god, I'm all the way up here?
Yeah, almost there.
Oh, right, cool.
Bright blue. What kind of shade of blue? Bright blue, dark blue, Crianza?
It's a bright blue.
How's this look for everybody?
Oh my god.
Wow.
I can't see.
Didn't we have this problem last time with you?
Maybe. Which I don't know.
Didn't we have to get a different token for you? What was the solution to that? Let me put you on the board. Because for some reason you have this problem only. I don't know why. Can you see now?
No.
Are you zoomed out all the way?
Yeah, very
This is a bit bigger, and I lost it to begin with.
Yeah, very middle
I found
left. Yeah, that was just the problem. Can you move yourself since I put your token on there?
Hang on. It's been super glitchy.
Just try to drag yourself. If not, I put your token on because I thought you just couldn't see, so that's why.
Oh, I put my token on. Did you not find it?
I did, but you couldn't see at the time, so I deleted it and
okay.
I put it on because I thought that was the solution.
Oh, okay.
So I think I need to delete it and you need to put your token on again and just put it in that area. The only problem was you just wasn't zoomed out enough, I think. So go ahead and put yourself back, and then I'll give you vision. Yeah, you just got to zoom out when it's black like this. Can you see now?
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, you just got to zoom out to find it. And where'd Zake go?
Oh,
he's under Pen.
Yeah, Pen just stepped on top of me.
Yeah.
Pen's on Zake's shoulders. Stay still, lad.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's gonna be like, sorry, man.
No, good.
No, he's just gonna be like, y'all see the statue.
What?
No.
Okay, so what can you see?
We can see up to here.
Oh no. Yeah, Zake is asking.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can see.
Because he can see everything.
Yeah, you've got dark vision.
I don't know. I can. There's something in front of us.
Okay, so he's gonna move a step forward.
Yeah. All right.
Look back behind y'all.
Yeah. As you're stepping forward, you do notice the pot and the little urns all next to you. Zake, the one you hit before you realize it was filled with cloth. Bloodied bandages were in these. Old bloody bandages. Years. Mm-hmm.
Is the only reason that I can see anything because Crianza is glowing?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the only light right now.
And Crianza's at the back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, Crianza,
where you put me.
do you want to... I've reevaluated the situation. I feel like it might be a good idea for you to accompany Zake at the front.
Yeah, I can do that. It's just gonna fucking...
Is that color blue? Okay, by the way?
Yeah, no, this is awesome.
That's what you wanted to admit.
Yeah. Do they have like a purple? I don't know if they have purple. I can change that purple.
Like the
lavenderish.
I can at least get pretty close. You want purple?
Yeah, I want the stuff that we got here.
I can at least try to get closer. How's that?
Ooh!
There we go.
So cool.
I also figured out how to view the table. I can click on one of you and view it as if you were viewing it now too, so that helps.
Cool.
So there we go. Yeah, you're heading through. Feel free to maneuver around. Just don't head out. Don't head through any doors or anything without. But as you enter this room, it smells of musk. It is grandma's basement. The smell that hits you all. It is dust everywhere. It is crumbly as you all head through a little bit of the ceiling. Just little dirt falls through. Like I said, that urn you kicked It didn't even look like blood. It looked like muddied, like old. It's that old of bandages that was in that urn. And these urns litter everywhere. And you see this book laid out on this very old pedestal. The pages are old, the ink barely legible. The statue in front of you doesn't quite look like that. The statue in front of you is of a man hunched over, his hands outwards as if receiving a gift from someone, but his wrists are crossed. So his hands are open, palm upwards, as if you could lay something there, but his hands are crossed over on one another, and he's only gray. He is a very old statue, and he just looks forward with a blank stare. Not too many details chiseled, but where his wrists intersect, there is still stone, but painted, is an intricate lace of red wrapped around both of his wrists, binding them together as he's hunched forward, offering over this book.
What does the book look like? What's in it? Can we read it?
Yeah. Oh, also, on the very, very left, there's a basin, and there's words inscribed there as well. There's a basin. In front is a door, and to the right is a door. Yes, you look at the book, and do you speak Celestial?
I sure do.
On this book, it is barely legible because of how old it is. Oh, and the way his hands are crossed, there actually isn't a pedestal here, like on the map. The book rests in his open hands together.
Oh, okay.
That's how it is. Looking through it, just on this page, you see mention of the crying God, the crying one. It is a religious text, it seems. It just seems to be, it's just a religious text. It is filled with prayers and hymns, basically, and stories. It is a religious text to this crying God, to he who cries, to he who endures. No name specifically, but that's what it says here.
Do we know about the crying God?
Does that ring any bells for me?
I will say, can I do a check?
For sure. And Koreans, are you asking?
Yep.
Immediate warmth and feeling of good warm. Yes.
Okay.
9.
Would you be able to receive information, or just that yes or no?
I'd be able to receive information.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a religion check, and that'll be kind of fueling from that. So the DC will kind of fluctuate for that, and then I'll get to the rest of you too.
If it's something that needs to be spoken, like they've talked before, it's just it takes strength too.
Gotcha.
12.
Would it be okay to do it in a vision format as well, like information floods to you?
Yeah.
Just so I know how to roleplay this. Nice. What'd you get?
I got 12.
12? Images of statues. Your mind goes to a whole different city. It's almost as if your mind is flooded across to a different continent, and you see a city with statues, and one of them is of this statue. And the statue moves. You see he is bleeding from the wrists and sad. You get the knowledge that's brought to you from this warm feeling of Ilmater, the god of endurance, the god of self-sacrifice. The one of the paramount gods, one of the good gods. He's the god of self-sacrifice, taking the pain, enduring for humanity. That's who you get. And that's what this is for. What did the rest of you roll on that?
17.
17?
9.
9? Mira... 16? Mira and Pengelly, you know, this seems to be Ilmater, nicknamed the Crying God as well. You know pretty much the same basic information there. It is that Creonza God, that he is the one who, when the gods, when they sealed the barrier around Dolores, when several gods had to stay behind to sacrifice their lives, he took all their pain and is still enduring it in the realm of the gods. When he was here, he wanted his followers, you all know this as well, that he wanted his followers to help others, endure suffering for them, to help people, help those who are weak. He's a paramount god. Zake, you know this is Ilmater. You're well versed enough to know this is Ilmater. You don't know too many details, you know?
Yeah.
Do you think you would know he's at least a god of endurance? That's up to you.
I think the majority of it would be how he interacted with the mother. Like, I don't
Right.
think that, he would really care what they're the gods of.
Yeah, they're just kind of there. That's not where your
Yeah,
religion
yeah,
focused.
I was about to say, they are another god that is not her, sure.
Yeah. You know this is one of the paramount gods. It's one of the good ones. It's just another god.
Would I know...
You know.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Would
Interrupt
I know
me
how
every
he
time.
engaged with Umberly? If he was there when they killed her?
The most you know from that is every paramount god and a couple, in a handful of the egregious gods, the bad ones, almost all the gods teamed up against Umberly. Almost all of them. Because she was the first to go bad.
Noted.
And so all of them were there. You do know he was, from generic information that you may catch on, that's up to you to know, but the rest of you know, he was more of a pacifist god. He only acted to help others if people were inflicting pain on the weak. He helped step into the weak. That's what he did. He didn't start violence. He only stepped in to help the weak. So, take that as you will, Zake.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. And on the statue, do any of you know Elvish? Mira, I think, does.
Yes.
Anybody else?
No.
Okay. So the book itself is written in Celestial. None of you can read that except Crianza.
And me.
And you. You can read that book as well.
I can
That's
read
correct.
Celestial Nork, yeah.
Yeah. You read the book and know it's a religious text as well. You see common things that you may have run into before. Details on Ilmater.
Gosh.
And for the rest of you, for Mira, the Elvish written on the there's an engraving at the bottom, the base of the statue, a ring that goes around the statue. And written on that in Elvish, very old by the way, it says, to look upon the lost, endure suffering so that they may rest in peace in the name of Ilmater.
I'm just gonna kind of read that out.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, that's simple. Zeke would... God. Grab his sword and he'd cut his hand.
Oh.
You do so.
Oh!
Go ahead and roll a d4.
Hell yeah. God, so fucking stupid. Fucking hate my character. Oh,
you take
fuck.
4 damage. You cut a little deep. You go.
Oh, fuck.
You have a line going through your. You get in there. Pengelly, since you're near that basin, you see it has a word there as well, and the doors have a symbol on them. You see on the doors there is the symbol of 2 hands intersecting. But Zeke, you cut your hand and it's currently bleeding onto the ground.
Zeke, what are you?
He'd move to put it at, like to put his blood as if offering it to the man in his hands.
Okay. You put it up there and you drip onto the pages of the book and onto his hands.
He'd look over y'all two as if... Oh, he'd probably be like, oh, is that not what that means?
I mean, I had that thought, but I don't.
Zake, come over here. You're getting it everywhere. And he holds Zake's hand over the basin whilst he's like burrowing in his bag for some rags or a cloth or something.
Okay. You drip into the basin. And the basin, a circle around it glows red. And the word on the front that you all can't read, except Mira, if you were to look at it, the word written in Elvish on the basin says, endure. And it lights up red. And your blood disappears from the basin. Disappears completely. And
I think the bowl liked that.
This door and this door both open.
Well,
spooky, wasn't it, lad?
Oh.
He's wrapping Zake's hand up. He is pulling it quite tight. He's quite good. Can I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Make a medicine check if you'd like. Make a medicine check.
Yeah.
See how well you do it.
11.
11. You get it pretty fair. Yeah, it's no longer going to bleed. You might have to put another layer on later, but maybe in a couple hours. But right now, you've stopped the bleeding.
Zeke would reach out to pat his shoulder, and be like, "Ow!" when he does it, because he would do it with the same fucking hand.
Pen would take both of Zake's hands and go, "Can't carry a sword if you're stabbing yourself in the hand, can you, lad? Let's try and stop being a dickhead." Pats him on the cheek and turns around, like shaking his head.
Yeah. Something you notice now that you have this bandage on you, all these urns have decades, maybe centuries old, used bandages in all of these urns.
Oh, gotcha.
You got it right away.
I would say Zake would look so proud, yay, being raised by witches.
Yeah. So you have a door here and a door down here. Both have creaked open.
Can I take a listen and see if like there's anything over on the other side? Shuffling.
Make a perception check. That's good. You press your ear to it.
It's just so good. 5.
You hear nothing. You open up the door. All right.
I like
You
to
all
open
are...
it.
Would you like to make new stealth checks? Mm-hmm. What were you gonna say?
Pop in through there. Here's the thing: is that the door? I don't know if the door can open.
Yeah, I got you. Here, you guys are free to go through this area.
Okay.
There you go.
It's just nobody can see if I'm in the other room.
Yeah. There you go. Oh,
Okay.
I can actually open that door for you all now. And boom, door's open.
New stealth check. Nice.
Just so brilliant. I love it.
So good.
Yep. If you all want to make another stealth checks, go for it. If you're heading this way.
I'm never gonna fucking get a good one.
Can you not even lift your feet while
He would look you sadly like, I cut my hand, it's hard to walk.
It's hard to walk. My hand is cut.
Can you imagine if when you figured it out, you were like, it needs blood. Takes off your shoe, cuts your foot, and
Lives for the rest of it.
just make it as worse as possible. Mira, what'd you get?
13.
13? You all are going along. Zake, as you're heading, you stepping around this corner, you bump into Pin.
Oh,
Pin bumps into Crianza. Crianza bumps into Mira as you all shuffle a little bit of on the basis, and you crunch on some bones.
I feel like
there are bones here.
It's like, Pen, I'm right here. It's his fault.
Yeah. All right. You all heading around?
Can we see up the corridor all the way?
You see what you see?
You can see what you see. There is
You
light
go-
emanating from that room.
There's light coming from up there.
Yeah. Oh, God, I don't know what y'all see, but Zake's fucking features change.
Do we want to go the other way?
There's, I don't know what you all can see, but there's something. Wait, is this just a door? Can we see inside the door? Because I can see inside the door.
Like, what is this? Because we could see everything up here.
That door is open.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it is open.
That door is
It's funny,
purposely left
actually,
open.
the light is actually going angular from here and not from the door like the one down here.
Yeah. So is this like a broken...
Is this a wall?
It's broken down. This one is broken down.
Right.
I didn't know how to convey it with the thing I was using.
Fine, yeah.
It's
But
working.
This wall is basically, there was a door here, and it's basically the door has been flattened towards you all, and the wall has been caved in over time. So that's why you can see directly into here.
Pen sees Crianza creeping forward, so he's actually going to start flanking Crianza. He's got his bow knocked, and he's just keeping pace with Crianza and trying to see the edges of the room as they progress up the corridor.
Watch this
And
way.
then he's going to, when he gets to here, he's going to roll into the middle with his bow knocked, pointing across this blue thing and down the stairs that he can see.
Okay. You roll and look
And he's
down
just
into
on
that
high
room.
alert.
Yeah. You see, first of all, behind you, you see what seems to be an alchemy table. Nothing is brewing. It's all empty. And there are a couple candles lit. And you see there are a few potions laying on the table. You see this circle in front of you is somewhat similar to the one at Yurov's house, but it's quite different. It's a whole different structure for those of you who would take note to that magic design.
Mm-hmm.
And what you see, Pin, looking down, you see it goes downstairs a few feet and empties into this room, and you see the glimpse of a paper desk. And Pengelly, with your passive perception, you don't see anything, but you hear ting, 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 hammering coming from in there.
He goes over to Mira and Crianza and very, very quietly goes, something down the stairs.
You hear the hammering stop. Whatever tool it is gets sit down. Ting, 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 ting. You all hear that as it gets dropped. Ting, 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 ting. Make perception checks for me real quick.
It's like, what are you doing? Perception.
Yep. If you all stay put for a moment and roll perception.
Ooh, 12.
Am I in a hallway?
It makes sense.
It does make sense.
Crianza and Mira, right next to you, Mira, on these stones right here, you see a couple of the stones just move as if someone were to nudge them. They just get pushed ever so slightly to the side.
I'm gonna look at Crianza.
Do. Fuck.
What do you do?
Do I have anything? Shit. I can't move there. I'm not close enough.
So it's here, right?
It's there.
This is like a split-second thing. What you guys are doing?
Can I like unarmed strike out at that space? Like
you haven't seen it.
Yeah, you haven't seen it.
It's only Mira and Crianza past it. So as far as you know, you were still talking to Zake. You're calling down to Zake, and Mira and Crianza just see those stones move as you're looking down the hallway.
I don't have anything that's quiet. Oh, I do kind of have something that's quiet. I'm gonna throw my dagger at it.
Pass Mira?
Quickly, pass Mira.
Go for it. Throw your dagger. Make an attack.
Attack? In that location? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay. When you do so, you make contact with something. You make contact, but it is stopped mid-air as you see a yellowish purple force field wave up over a humanoid. It makes a humanoid figure. As it does, it is a magical shield appears and blocks your dagger, and your dagger falls over to here. And as the shield dissipates, you see coming into view that was invisible from the feet up, an elven woman, hair slightly gray, quite grayed from what you last recognized her. Her bun is all messy, hair strands are out everywhere. She has claw marks all up and down her hands. Her glasses are broken. She is barefoot. Her feet are covered in scabs and has been walking on stone. And she is there, and she is basically, essentially what has happened is you have thrown your dagger at her invisible form. She has been able to react and cast the shield spell to wipe a shield up above her and cast the dagger to the side. But casting a spell while invisible has revealed her as her form is there. And she just backs up a couple steps. A smile grows on her face, and she backs up, but she is cautious. She puts one left arm on the wall to stabilize herself as she backs up, her left foot getting caught in some stones and crunching into it. She looks at you all and says, I don't want to fight. I'm just here. Hello?
Who the fuck is that?
Oh,
Zake yells in the fucking hallway.
She starts backing up while still talking. No, scared that you all are going to attack her, she backs up to here.
Crianza will like put their hand out and just shh. There's
No. You don't understand. I'm not gonna hurt you. Did you think I was going to hurt you?
Oh my!
Sneaking up on us then, and Penn's got his arrow nocked, pointing at the person. He says, "Is there anyone else back there?"
Me, just he's here somewhere, but it's just me. People sneaking up, new people, and people haven't come here since a little while ago with those two boys.
What was that tapping?
She just smiles as if a matter of fact. I'm working. Come. I haven't been able to have an art show in so long. Come on. Please, if you'll please join me. I don't have any wine. I just ran out at the party last night, but please. And she quickly steps around the circle and starts heading down the stairs. Her
Can I
bleeding now.
Do an insight check and see if she's not all right.
Make an insight check. Are you trying to see she's all right?
I don't know. I'm trying to see if she realizes what is going on. 6.
I mean, I'll say with your passive insight as well. One time I'll use passive insight. You all saw vision, in the glimpses and what you've heard about Marcella Uroth. She was well put together, proper.
Yeah.
This is what looks like Uroth, but is off the hinges.
If Penn says, "Stop a minute," does
yes.
she stop?
She turns and says, "Oh, you're right. I forgot to give you tickets." Yes. And she quickly pulls up her sleeve on her blouse. She's wearing a dress as well. She pulls up on her sleeve on her blouse on her left arm, and she has bandages there on her forearm. She just peels off the bandage. It's bloodied, and she just tears it into. She counts each of you 1, 2, 3, and tears them into 4 pieces and hold them out. Your tickets to the show. Sorry, forgive me. I don't know why I didn't give them to you when you arrived here. Here.
Crayons will slowly take it.
one.
Yeah.
You take her old bandages.
Penn says, "What happened to the 2 kids?"
Kids. It's been a while since I've seen kids. Those 2. Yes, they are. I don't know. They came here to see the show, and now they're. I think they're with him at the moment. Actually, I'm not sure.
Who's he?
I don't know. Weird pondering, isn't it? Anyway, she just goes down the stairs and turns into this room.
Can I take a quick glance at the journal or notes or whatever that are nearby me? Are they incoherent and scrabbled on like we saw in the journal before? Or do they actually have stuff? Okay.
Mira's going for it.
Mira's fucking gone.
Penn exasperated in his voice, goes, "Mira!" and follows her.
Don't leave the crazy lady.
Yeah. Really quick, I don't. So usually I have tokens, the generic tokens I use for the guards, and tokens. I'll get her a token real quick in a second. Anyway, real quickly, as you're looking at the incoherent scribbling and whatever, you do see on that stand, you see a lot of shattered vials. However, you see 2. You might see more than that. One moment, let's check my notes. Yes, you see 2 red potions, which you recognize as 2 potions of healing, laying here, as well as 2 gray potions, filled with viscous, powdery liquid.
Ugh. Oh, powdery, viscous. Ugh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take all of that.
Like cement. Cement. You gonna take all of it?
I'm gonna take all of it.
You just go over and just ching, 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 just pile all the little vials together.
Yeah.
I don't have time to make her a token. I forgot to make her a token, so I'm just gonna plop on an old token.
But you can just create a circle or whatever, and then you're able to move those.
I know this is an enemy token. I'm just gonna use this. I'll just use this.
Right.
I had this at the ready.
We're gonna murder her. Don't worry. She is an enemy.
She ain't making it out of this.
Zeke, do you head up? Yeah.
Oh no, Zeke has not moved.
Okay.
And makes no movement to move.
Okay. She just heads over here. Yeah, Kranza, you say that?
Yeah. Are you coming?
He'd say, no.
You're just gonna stay here alone?
He would point, and he, hold on, how far can you see? Okay, yeah, you can't see. He would point towards the door, and he would say, I'm not gonna get caught off guard again. Plus, and he'd turn back to her, he's like, I'm not good with the whole looking. All that's your expertise. And he'd grin back, and he'd turn right back to the door.
Oh, fuck! You fucker!
Play into the character. I love it.
Pen can hear this and said, I thought we said that you'd stop being a dickhead, you dickhead.
Marcella just says, I'm so sorry. Have I offended you?
Zeke would just laugh from the other room.
Not you, the other dickhead.
Oh, the other one, of course. As you all, whoever enters this room, I don't think you can see it, Crianza. But those of you who have entered this room, let me check what you all can see. Yes, you see that this top room up here is about 4 feet above. You can see south into this chamber, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, into the southern chamber. Stairs go down into this. That's about 4 feet down. You see pillars. You see at least one pillar down there. Probably the shadows of more down there, just like the ones here. So first of all, what you see is this desk that she is gathering papers at. She is stacking them all neatly. It is just more coherent ramblings, but there are tools on here. There are stoneworking tools, small little pickaxes and hammers and stuff. You see a chest here, as well as the abundance of bones and urns, just like throughout the rest of the place. On these pillars, chained up on them each, are humanoid figures of multiple races to a couple maybe a halfling, a human, a dwarf, mostly human, are chained up, petrified to the pillars, facing you all, in faces of fear. And she stacked her papers. Yes, I'm ready to begin. Are you ready to begin? I don't have any campaign.
Can you fix these people yet?
I need you to make me a persuasion check for me.
$13. I'm gonna lucky that one.
Okay. Reroll.
13.
God damn.
Okay.
Definitely 13.
What do you do to try to lucky it in roleplay?
Pen's trying to get a gauge on her whether in her fractured mind she intends to fix them or she considers that they're already fixed. That's what he was looking for with that question. So he's paying attention to her and gesturing to them, but he's not looking at them at all. He's looking at her face. And so when he says the words, "Are you able to fix them yet?" the moment he says "yet," he's looking for a reaction, whether it's even just an eyes widening, an acknowledgement of whether they're fixed or not.
Okay, so you put emphasis on that word. Now roll an insight check for her response. But with that persuasion check, she says, she listens to when you emphasize that word and say that.
15.
That yet. 15. Okay. You put emphasis on that yet. And it makes her immediately dart to the statues with a look of worry. And she just stares at them. No, I haven't. I've been working on them, but no, No, I've been doing the opposite. I've been setting myself back. I've been trying to help them, but I'm back to this again. I'm back to making them how they shouldn't be. And then she almost goes back. So with that insight check, you see she almost comes a little bit more back to reality of thinking, she did this. But that's why she said going back to it. Oh, I'm going back to making them worse. I need to be fixing them like I was.
Right,
but
so
now,
we got like almost a glimmer of lucidity.
Yes.
And now, so whatever it is, Pen will sort of sigh. He's close to Mira. He'll go, listen, I don't think that she's in her right mind. I mean, this is more your area. But, I mean, is there any way to check if she's I mean, is she just normal doolally, or has she been bloody possessed or something?
I'll give you your privacy. She just walks over here. Just
I'm
faces the
gonna cast
wall.
detect magic.
Okay, what does it look like when you do that?
I'm gonna kind of just mumble under my breath and then kind of wave my hand over my eyes. And then my eyes are a bit red.
Okay. As you do so, you see that nothing on her is magic. That you can find. There's nothing on her that is magic. You do find the circle, the left, the big magic circle has conjuration magic sourcing through it. It is lit. Because you all can see the light coming off of it, right?
It's lit.
Yeah, it's very lit. It's a party central. And on each of these pillars, on each of the victims, on this, how far can you see? Yeah. Yeah.
Spell is 30 feet.
Gotcha. On these right here, you see that 3 out of 4 of them, the familiar runes on their wrists and necks have been carved in magically. The enchantment magic is there. On one of them, this one right here, it hasn't yet. And however, on this one back here that you can see, it has the runes as well, the purple runes glowing. This is the only one that hasn't. But you can tell, you notice that this is the one she was working on before she snuck up on you all. Because the hammer has dropped right next to that one. She turns back. Are you all having your conversation? Are we ready for the art show? I really have appointments to get to. I have to get a move on.
And are we ready?
Ready for what?
We got art show.
Hang on, Kranza.
Yes.
Get over here.
But
come on.
But what?
We have champagne. We don't have champagne. Just tell them we have champagne. That'll get them in here.
I'm also gonna pop a detect magic while I walk over here and pick up the dagger that I threw.
Okay.
And I should be able to see the whole room.
Yep. You see the summoning circle. Those potions you picked up are all magical. The 4 of them. And that is it for this room.
Okay. Oh, goodbye, Zeke. I can't see him anymore.
Dynamic lighting.
Saw him alive.
Yep. Such pretty lights.
Thank
Did you go to the Solera Academy?
No.
I was wondering if...
God, I couldn't see her. Fuck.
Yep, she's just in the darkness in this corner over here.
God damn.
Because she has her back to it. She was giving you all privacy.
Uh-huh.
Don't go down the stairs without me. I have to lead the show.
Kranza, I can't see. Come over here.
Can I take a quick look at this while I pass by?
More incoherent scribblings. You do see a chest.
Incoherent, lovely. Yeah.
Mira, did you cast the dancing lights or no?
No.
Okay. And she walks over here. Excuse me. All right. What about the other one? There was another one. Back.
Kranza, that one to your left hasn't got any carvings in it.
No, that one doesn't have. I was just working on that one. Would you like to see? I could demonstrate.
What does your work do? Do you want to...
Well,
I don't know.
These statues are well handcraftedly made by myself. And these little runes I have make them walk like puppets. Only when I put these little bracelets on them are they able to go and do things. Isn't that nice?
Do they do good things?
They put on great show. What about your friend back there? Are they not coming? They paid for the ticket.
He's waiting on someone.
No. I have to make sure this is fine. I can't have the ratings down again. And she just walks past you up the stairs. Zake, you see her turn the corner, almost stumble into the rubble. You. She motions. She points at you and takes her finger and does like the come here motion.
You two, we need to like tie her up or incapacitate her or something.
We need to stop her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
He would turn and look at her a moment in consideration. He would go, "Why?"
Your ticket is paid for.
He would look back at the door. Could he have heard any of this conversation that they had?
Make a perception check.
There's
actually, you don't need to make a perception check for that. This would be more passive perception.
Well,
with yours is a... Oh, fuck it. Do it. Yeah, 17. Even better, you would be able to hear it. It's echoey. In the way that it's formed, you would have heard most of it, yeah.
He'd say...
Because she's talking quite loudly.
Where is he?
Further in his chambers. He doesn't like to come to my shows. He likes me. I do the work, and he is the proprietor, the company owner.
So he won't come in here?
He can't move, I'm afraid.
He'd pause. He'd actually nod at that. And he'd actually move to follow. Very cautiously.
And there's 4 more in there.
Yeah.
She's gonna show us a show.
I want to see a fucking show.
Do we want to stop her before?
I mean, can I actually have a good look at these statues and determine whether they are petrified people or statues that the statue carver has carved?
Yeah, easy enough from your time doing this so far. These are petrified victims. Right. They are human-like. These are humans that you don't recognize. These are a group of people that could be from Balmora, you're not sure, but you don't recognize them.
So we can say with some certainty that Aroth is definitely involved in them becoming petrified, and particularly carving the runes that enable them to be animated and nasty.
Mm-hmm.
Zake, as he approached her, would say, Alvor seems to miss you. And would look for a reaction.
She stops. She was in the current of like putting a hand on your shoulder almost, of coming to get you, and stops. And looks at you. What did you say?
Alvor. He misses
What about
you.
him? He wouldn't be fond of any of us.
I don't think so, but he's worried about you and he's been looking for you.
So far away. If he was here now, he could help us.
How would he help?
I've got the way with the smarts, but he's got the way with the planning, creative. He would know what to do.
Do you want him here?
No. I hope he dies. She kind of cocks her head. I hate him. I hate him for what he did to me.
His brows would raise and go, what did he do to you?
Ruined my reputation. I had to move several times. He doesn't know where I am. I'm back in Balmoral now. Can ruin my reputation in Tavistow. I miss him. But if I see him...
He's only spoken good things to us.
There's 6. In a different passage, doors.
Alright. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna put her down?
I might be able to charm her a bit. Put her under my own spell. Try to sway her a little towards us.
Come, stay where you are, Brianza. Come here, Mira. When she comes closer to us, try it. And if it doesn't fucking work, I've got something up my sleeve that'll at least stop her moving around and we can figure it out.
And she replies to you, Zig. She stops and looks at you. She puts a hand up on your cheek if you allow her. On your right side. With her left hand. Do you allow her?
Oh, yes. But as she does, he would let forth just a little bit of a whistle.
What does that do? What are you
Nothing.
doing there? You're just whistling?
Just an odd whistle.
Okay.
Totally not to alert anyone that he might
Nope.
be fucking turning to stone in a moment.
Okay. You do that. You all hear the whistle, and when you do that, she says, "You're him. You think this new hair and these new outfits can fool me, Alvor?
Oh, fuck.
You could be helping this.
Fuck.
You could be helping this." And her fingers dazzle with a flame as she throws it at you with her right hand. And with that, a bolt of fire whizzes past your head. She misses because she's so close to you, and it whizzes and light barrels down the hallway and flickers. And the flame hits the stone walls and flickers out, and she backs up. You all see like a flame of light come down that hallway. You're him. You're here, and you're not even helping solve all of this massacre. You're just here to toy with me. Mira runs in.
Yeah, I'm gonna come running.
You run in, and she stops.
So does Pen, and
she's backed up to here.
Kind of from here, casts Entangle.
Okay.
So, grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range for the duration. I can cast this 90 feet.
Yeah, that's one hell of a spell.
Plants turn the ground into the area into difficult terrain, and the creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by entangling plants until the spell ends. It lasts for a minute.
Is it a 20-foot square or 20-foot square, right?
20-foot square, yeah. A creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself.
Where do you want to put this?
I used to have this one.
I don't mind Zake getting caught in it, but not Mira, so down one.
There we go.
Mira's squishy as hell.
Alright.
Yeah,
how does it look?
And we...
So I don't know, I've got to cast it first, or do I have to roll to cast it, or I can just cast it, right?
You just cast it as an action.
Brilliant. Alright, so Pen doesn't like using this spell. And he doesn't do it very often because he just knows that generally it's the start of things going from bad to worse. But what he does do is throws his script with Tax on the floor, which Tax is pissed off about, but he needs both of his hands free, and he claps his hand really, really quickly together. And it actually speeds up, and he keeps clapping. It keeps clapping, and as he's doing it, the vines start to wriggle out from between the cracks in the stone and the tiles and whatnot.
I love it.
Pushing stuff out of the way, and they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then he starts to maneuver his hands side to side, and as if he's controlling them. And so
I love it.
He's focusing on the thing that he wants to entrap. Zake is caught around the ankles and around the legs and the calves and stuff, but the woman, the target, is becoming fully engulfed. They've like pinned her hands still, and it's wriggling up, and her neck, like they're around her neck and keeping her head still as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, Zake, roll a strength saving throw. I'm gonna roll one for her.
What do I have to beat?
You have to beat
13.
13.
Awesome.
Yep.
A 17.
You
which
are
I
able.
expected.
Yeah, you were able to shrug them off. As for her, like you said, they climb around her neck and her arms and restrain her. She was about to launch another fire, but her hands get tied to her sides, and she's squirming and looking back and forth. You all work for him. You all.
No, fucking Zake would walk forward towards her, and he would try to take her chin to look at him. He would say, "What more can I be doing?"
You could be getting me out of this mess.
So do you need
try.
out?
She's trying to squirm to get out of this, with rage looking at you, Zake.
Mira, I can only hold this for a minute. Do what you're gonna do, or Zake's gonna have to knock her out.
I don't think I can do it when we're hostile towards her.
What are you trying to do?
charm person.
I think you can.
We're not really hostile, though, are we? We're just restraining.
Yeah,
She's hostile. It's definitely
she has
hostile.
advantage.
Oh, right.
If
You
we're
would have
fighting
advantage
it.
on it. You can give it a shot, but she'd have advantage. What do you do, Mira?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay. What does it look like as you begin to try to charm her? She's just looking at you.
When I start talking, it's gonna be like red magic seems to be like flowing from my mouth as I'm talking. And I'm just gonna be like, come now. Alright, we can help you. Just calm down. Listen here.
She's looking at you, Zake, with anger. She's saying, you've always put yourself above others.
Zake is like so torn, but trying to look confident. Oh, fuck.
She stops wiggling. She's still entrapped, but she's not wiggling. She turns her head back to you, Mira. It's you, my friend. What's happening?
Yes, we're here to help you. You don't know where you are right now. Can you take us to him and show us what he's done to you?
You don't want to see him.
What
Please,
has he
you do
done
not
to you?
want to get hurt. He's done all of this. I can't even think so much of the time of what he's done to me. I had to stop it. I've been trying. He made me do this. He made me summon things that could do this.
If he's gone, would you be alright?
Don't know. I don't know.
How did you find him?
I found this place. My friend, and I thought it would be... I was surprised to find an abandoned mineshaft with this much here. It's a temple to the Crying Cup. It is lost to time, hidden in an old mineshaft. That's not the only thing I found here. I found him, and he was here already. He can't move, he's stuck here. But he's been doing research, and he needed someone who could move to help him. And he made me. I just want to go home. I don't want to do this. I've tried to fix it. Tried to sneak around him. I tried to use the weapon that I could personally turn people with. I tried to make it better. So that I could do the opposite. I tried, but... he knows you're here too. And you'll end up just like me. Or as one of them.
Can you leave?
No. I wish you and I could get out of here, and your friends here too. But no, we're part of this now. We're part of what he's seeking out.
If I tie you up, do you think you'd forgive me for it later?
I don't know if I want to be tied up. That sounds...
It's the only way that I'd be able to do something about this without you forgetting who I am and hurting us.
I suppose... I don't want to be here. There's creatures here. While I control them, they are... sometimes dangerous. I don't know if I'll be safe. What are you all here for? It's dangerous. You should leave.
We're here to get you out.
I can't get out. She looks to you.
He wants you to believe that.
He wants you to believe that.
Can't hold this much longer. How long can you keep her lucid for?
At this point, the vines are beginning to...
About an hour.
And she's going to be safe for that hour?
He's gonna be safe to us.
The vines wriggle away.
And
she humps
Pen
forward.
actually slumps down a little bit. He's catching his breath. And it was quite a lot of effort to keep her held.
Mm-hmm. She just stays there. if you're going further, which I really ill advise, beware of the large room with the pillars just around the corner. There's a creature there. The first, well, his latest iteration of his experiments. You don't want to mess with it. I recommend, if you're trying to avoid it, I recommend going down the opposite hallway and sneaking as close as you can to the south. You do not want to go through that room, the big room, as little as you can. What I really advise is leaving.
Mira, could we take her with us and put her in the room with the basin and the statue?
Yeah.
I'll come with you, but you can't leave. You see her eyes are still fogged over, kind of red from the spell.
Yeah, Zeke would take out his rope and toss it at Mira. And then he would...
At that.
I'm sorry?
She shudders at that, seeing the rope.
And then he would emote. He wouldn't say it, but he would show, to cover her mouth as well. And he'd walk away.
Pray with Zeke on this one. She'll forgive us for it later, or she won't, but we can't have her bloody running around crazy.
She looks at you now, Ben. Are you sure I'll be safe? Tied up?
I'm not sure of anything, love, but I'd rather not have to put an arrow through your head.
Jesus.
She nods, kind of scared. She says to both of you, beware the creatures that are here. Don't look them in the eyes.
I'll try.
She holds out her hands. Ready to be tied. She holds out her hands. Mirroring
I'm gonna
the same way
motion for Pen. You might be better at that.
As Pen's quite gentle as he ties her. He binds her wrists.
Make a sleight of hand check for me.
Yeah.
Basically how this works is whatever you roll, if a person were to ever try to break out of it, they have to hit that in order to get out of it.
Yikes.
So you think you do a pretty nice knot. And she is tied up. Where do you want to take her?
So he's quite gentle as he's tying her. And he says, listen, you seem like you're lucid at the moment. And clearly you weren't in good shape before we got here. So I know enough that we've got to try not to look at these things in the eyes. Can you tell us anything else? I mean, do you know what hurts these things? What they look like? Can you give us anything that's going to prepare us? I mean, we're trying to help you and save you here, so anything that you can think of that will be useful.
She stares at her feet, trying to think. Because while she's charmed, she's still not quite all fixed yet. And she just says, creatures aren't that smart. Look them in the eyes. When you find him, don't think you'll make it, I'm afraid. If you get to him at the end of this, he will use you. You all are strong. He's known you were coming. Because I told him so. One of you wrote your name in my book, and so I knew you were coming. I've been watching.
Fuck.
That one. She motions towards Zeke. Fortunately, I had to tell him that you all were coming. And he wants you all. He thinks you've come all this way. You must be strong. He'll use that. You'll be the latest ones. That's all I know.
Thank you. Even what you've said has helped us.
Please. If you need to run. But if you can, please get me out of here. And tell Alvor I miss him.
We'll do our best. And he starts walking her gently along the wall.
Yep. You want to leave her in this room? In the
And then he stops because he can't see anything.
Yeah.
Zake would look back at Penn and roll his eyes and offer his arm to the woman.
Yeah. The tied up woman, you can take her. You taking her into the main room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Well, in that case, Penn will go back and check on Crianza.
Crianza, what have you been up to in here? What have you been doing? Have you done anything in particular or just waiting? Crianza?
Sorry, mic was muted.
No worries.
I was told to stay down here, but then like everything seemed okay, so then I went over here to the chest and I started fiddling with it.
Okay. If you're able to open it, like if you do open it, you are able to. It is filled with tools, essentially. It is filled with like stone carver's tools. A whole chest of them.
That's nah, you wouldn't have that. Okay. Cool.
The Urov told us that there's nasty bastards in this room down the steps, and we'd have more chance dealing with anything if we go to the south. And I gotta say, I probably trust her. She's become quite good friends with Mira.
Good.
And Gelly, with your passive perception, as you say that, and you're walking back to the stairs, in here, at this pillar, right behind it in the shadows, you see something scamper from some humanoid figure scamper from one pillar to another, with lightning speed as if it jumped from one pillar to another one in the darkness. It's just shadow.
Oh.
You see that as you walk up the steps.
Can I don't know, I don't mind if this doesn't happen because mechanically it might be a bit of a pain for you, but I can actually use thaumaturgy to make torches and things flare. Would that help Penn's visibility? Because he's within 30 feet of both of these torches.
Let me look. Let me look. To brighten, dim, or change color? Yes, you can.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you can do that to help Penn's visibility here,
yes,
I'll do it. And he just sort of clicks his, again, it's a speed thing, so he clicks his fingers and then clicks them a lot quicker. Happens in the blink of an eye, but they flare, both of them flare up and give him added visibility, and then he knocks an arrow. He knocks an arrow. Now, he deliberately put the mirror on his left forearm, on the inside of his left forearm, so that he's actually holding the bow out and he's not looking directly through there, he's looking at the mirror, and he's actually just turning constantly, looking from statue to statue through the mirror, but he's sort of just crouched down here.
I like it.
Behind him.
Make a perception
but he's
check.
not. Yeah, he's not moving. He's not looking to actually do anything.
I love it. Yeah, I didn't know you could make the lights brighter. That's really handy. So, yeah, you make the torch brighter and light floods through the room at least a little bit. And with the 14, you're looking around, scanning through each pillar. On this one, you see clinging from the back of it. You see around it, towards the end you are in, you see a stone clawed hand wrapped around, and you see above that a figure, like a male, long-haired figure with completely stone, by the way, all of it stone. Its face, shocked in horror, looks around.
The second he sees it, he's taking a shot at it.
Make an attack. $17. Roll damage.
Yeah.
You launch the arrow, looking through the mirror. You let go at the right time, and it whizzes through the air. 7 damage. It hits it on the shoulder. You see stone blast off the back of it, and you see from either side of this pillar. You thought, you see, like, it looks like a humanoid figure's way up, like maybe 8 feet up the pole, maybe. Actually, even more. This is like more than 10 feet up the pole, like up in the air. It looks like a humanoid figure wrapped around it, and it's like behind the pillar. You see from either side of the pillar large stone wings. Woof. They wrap around and launch itself off the pillar in your direction. These large stone pointed wings, into them almost sharp, flies towards you. That's where we're in today's session.
Oh, fuck.
As you piss this thing off.
I said not to fight it.
We're getting into battle now.
Can't help it, love. It's in my nature.
Yep.
Zake's gonna be pissed off. Can you just Can you just click where
far
Zake
is
is
he?
with the thingy? Where are you, Zake?
Where is he?
Clicks over here.
Holy shit!
Oh, you're miles away.
Oh,
Fuck.
Zake doesn't even know anything's happening.
Nope.
We've got a squishy old mirror next to us.
Yep.
It's alright, we'll be alright, team.
Yep.
This is the thing we can't look at, though.
yeah, team.
By the way, that's what Zake says to the woman before, like when he sets her down. That's what he says to her.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so yeah. Coach Bagosh! What?
Did you have fun today?
No, actually, no.
So
not
much
at all.
fun.
Of course we did!
It's so
I'm beginning to really regret the fact that we invited Zake to join the...
Y'all, he's so bad. He's fucked y'all over so many times.
He's so good though. I love it.
he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He adds so much to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so good.
Oh man, your first dungeon. So if you think about it, we've got our first dungeon and our first dragon because of tax. You've got your first Dungeons and Dragons.
What?
Brilliant.
They're in the
And a
same
dungeon
place
and
at
a
the same
dragon.
time.
Roll
Yeah.
credits.
Oh shit! Done. We won the
Cliffhanger.
game.
Yeah, I've been trying to give you all some, especially our green people who haven't played before, a little bit of classics in unique ways. We've got the dragon, we've got our dungeon. You all kind of met near a tavern. The classics,
Mhm.
little stereotypes are thrown in there.
It's so
I
good.
all of the little touches, like the geocache, it's just lovely.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Yeah, and how you expanded on the world and the religion. So I know that you keep asking if we're enjoying it and if we like those bits, but I like all of it, like all of that depth and all of the flavour to it is what is a particular payoff.
I'm glad it's good. I was worried that shit's gonna be boring. That world building stuff.
It's so great. We're nerds. I'm a writer.
I was just about to say what I love the most is this doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like an A to B like rough tough gang. It's literally us learning about a world. It's a natural progression of a world that sometimes has combat, but combat isn't expected in every session, and I actually fucking love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be sessions where there's no combat, depending on what you all do or not. Like, most of the time, it'll be you all initiating combat.
And we finally got the reveal from Sansa. It's so good.
Yeah, a little bit of depth. We got Crianza here.
We got a thing.
Got a bloody mech warrior.
So cool.
Yeah, I'll respond to that message in a few minutes.
I
gotta do research.
Later.
Yep, I gotta do research.
Much later. I love it. All right, I've got to go. But
no worries.
thank you. Let's try and do it during the week, eh?
Yes.
I'm down for. I'm just
That's
down.
on you,
I'm
bro.
I was
going.
just about to say it's literally on you, Milky.
It's you. You have to set it. Make some time.
Just let me have a look at my next week, because this week was an utter tremendous bastard of a week. But next week, we could do Tuesday, my Tuesday, which would be your Monday afternoon, or my Thursday morning, which would be your Wednesday afternoon.
I would prefer Wednesday, but that's because of my day off.
Oh, of course, yeah. We could aim for Thursday, for my Thursday, your Wednesday.
I like
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, if you all want to do a bonus day, I'm always happy because we're getting into this.
Let's not lock it in hard because I don't know how my week will go, but I will definitely by Tuesday, for instance, let you know how it's shaping up.
Sounds good.
That would
Sweet.
be amazing. I'd love it.
Yeah, we're getting far in this. You guys are near, like, you're in the nitty gritty of all the story at the moment.
Good. I want to go to Zidell. we go keep going. I want to get on an airship and go to Zidell.
I mean, if you're heading to Beaucaster,
yeah,
that's
Beaucaster
one
to
of the
Zidell.
only dock. Yeah, it's the only dock in a shawl for airships. Could go right there.
All right. See you later, team. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
So much love.
Bye.
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 Peeps.